Hey gang, yeah, it's happening. I already gave him my money, so I don't have much of a choice. How's it going, friends? Tonight we're gonna play the long-awaited prequel to Deadly Premonition, and I guess maybe also D4, kinda not sure, but I hope it doesn't cause you to have a seizure in your home. Give me a second here. Let me get the game going. Hopefully we can fucking play it. I didn't check to see if this has a midnight release for it on the digital version, but oh fuck, hold on. Can I play? Can I play? Can I play? Oh yeah! Okay. We're good. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. This game didn't get announced that long ago. The first game did have like a little sequel hook to it that didn't lead up to anything, and I think ended up getting retconned in the new release for Deadly Premonition on the Switch. And then D4 never got finished, but it's also the apartment in this game, and I don't know what to expect from this other than that it runs like shit. But maybe it's good. If you're not familiar with the first Deadly Premonition, it's basically Twin Peaks fanfiction. And from what I can tell from this game, this is true detective fanfiction. So if you're a fan of either of those shows, you might like this. Let's see what we can do. There's some good tunes though. I like that. Character names on. I love character names, so I'll keep them on, I guess. Hopefully they took into account what people like from D4. Yeah, I can't wait to not do combat, right? That's the best part of D4. There was no combat, right? There's no more, right? It's not an emphasis in this game, right? Is that little Peggy? I love the cinematography on this tile. It is fantastic. Whoa. Oh, all right, well, okay.
God damn it. What a way to start the new year. At this rate, I'll be dead by Easter.
Ooh, yeah, look at that
Quiet
chunky
down,
frame rate
Agent Jones.
already.
You're on the clock.
Quiet down. Ha! You have any idea what you've done? I'd be half naked in Havana right now if you hadn't shown up. Soaking up some rays, surrounded by a harem of bikini queens, a mojito in one hand, and a seafood-slathered Havana-style pizza in the other. What did I do to deserve this? Does God hate me?
No. The regional bureau chief merely issued a special order.
Oh. Yeah. How could I forget? Special order to rob me of my well-deserved vacation.
You want pizza? I'll buy you some pizza. You can find that junk anywhere.
Whoa! Hey! Hold on a minute. What did you just say? Pizza is not junk. Pizza is a sacred food bestowed upon us by God Himself. You need to apologize right now. This is sheer blasphemy.
Apologize to who? Pizza or God?
Ha ha! You think you're so clever. Maybe if you'd eaten pizza this morning like a decent person, you wouldn't have cut your finger.
I only cut my finger because I couldn't find a left-handed can opener at the hotel. Normally, I would never make such an amateur mistake.
Oh, really? Well, if you want me to get into gear, then just feed me some pizza, okay?
We must act unfaithfully and abandon our ideals again and again. We cannot advance from one period of life into another without causing these pains of treachery.
Nietzsche, again, please spare me before my ears start to bleed. Ever since the moment you got here, it's been nothing but Nietzsche
I'm afraid to go in. Is it gonna cut off the
worst
dialogue?
enemy you can meet will always be yourself.
I said knock it off.
Can-
I prefer pizza to philosophy. Want me to dial the number for you?
Come on, Agent Jones. It's time to get serious. Your 4.5 years of hard work are finally about to pay off, and all you're focused on is this nonsense?
Pizza isn't nonsense.
Quiet.
As you wish, Mother. My lips are sealed. Happy now.
I assumed it would cut off the dialogue. I love these quirky characters.
Agent Jones, don't let him take control of the conversation. The moment you let your guard down, he'll strike.
Hey, this looks okay compared to that just happened. I guess. I kind of missed him looking all shiny and sweaty all the time, but...
And no red, remember?
PS2 era. It is fitting that this is on the Switch because it does look like a Wii game. Oh my boy, what they do to you. Oh, okay.
You have questions for us? That's why you're here, isn't it?
Am I supposed to press a button? No. Okay. Okay. I can't walk around. It's just press L to move on rails. I guess I'll put up my coat.
Mr. Morgan, before we question you, allow me to first read you your rights. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. Please keep that in mind as you speak. Do we have permission to film this?
Don't worry, my fairy. They're free to do whatever they like.
Something wrong, Mr. Morgan? I'm FBI Special Agent Aaliyah Davis, and this is...
Simon Jones. An analyst from the Boston branch. He's been monitoring us for years now.
Oh, hi.
Seriously.
A Southern belle and a lonesome loser who can't catch a break. Quite the uncanny duo. You'd be the perfect stars for the latest video game.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that right, my fairy? How many years has it been since someone came to chat with us? Oh, but don't ask me about my fairy.
Okay.
That's a private matter.
It's hard to tell what he's thinking, but my eyes can't be deceived. If he's hiding something, it'll come out in his face.
Okay. Oh, I can look all around now. Great. What are the fucking buttons on the Wii controller? I haven't played a Wii game in so long. Hold L. Okay. This one? Oh, it's this one. Oh, am I wasting stuff? Oops. Uh-oh. I guess I am. Thanks for the heads up, game. Look.
Francis Zach Morgan.
That's
He was
him.
once an FBI special agent, an extremely talented one. At least that's what they tell me. Perhaps he was a little too talented.
Let me check out Zach's indulgence.
This smell. It doesn't surprise me at this point, but it'll be problematic in court if they decide his testimony is unreliable. I won't get another chance to talk to him face to face like this. I need to get him to stop smoking that for a bit.
What else is there? Messy awards and trophies.
Letters of appreciation from the governor and the Department of Justice. They're caked in dust as if he doesn't even care about them.
Okay, that's it.
Excuse me, Mr. Morgan. But would you please refrain from consuming that while we speak? I'm talking about... Yes, that.
You don't need to worry about us. Don't get in our way, and we won't get in yours.
Unfortunately, questioning doesn't work like that. Our data needs to be consistent. Now please, put out that stinking indulgence right this minute.
Whoa.
What? If we say no.
Then I'll put it out myself. Using force.
Are you allowed to?
Whoa, whoa, Aaliyah. This is Morgan's house. Besides, it's legal in Massachusetts for individuals to consume cannabis in the comfort of their own homes. And I mean, come on.
It's medicinal.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's medicinal. You can use visions to acquire important hints that will help you proceed through the game. Hold L. Use vision. Using a vision will deplete your concentration, so be careful about using it too much. Alright, I guess I won't use it over here again. Alright. Well. Now what? Was that a cue to use it? Maybe not.
Hey, Belle. Why are you dressed so handsomely?
What are you talking about?
The thick black accessory wrapped around your neck. That's a male necktie. The color black represents confidence and interest in the self. And your decision to wear a male tie symbolizes your declaration of war against a predominantly male society. Or perhaps it's a psychological barrier meant to hide the weakness that dwells deep within your psyche.
Is the VA for Zach the same as C-Man? Yeah, it is. It comes out a little more here, huh?
We admire your bravery.
I thought you retired from profiling.
Bullseye, huh? You're an easy one to read.
In order to think with society, a man must first gouge out his eyes and cut off his ears.
Please don't.
Don't judge a book by its cover. For someone who's supposed to have been one of our best, you've got an awful eye for people. Or did all that smoke and kill all your little
Aaliyah's
gray
already
cells?
intolerable. Please get me to the game.
Okay, Aaliyah, that's enough. She's smart, but she's also more of a shrew than she lets on.
Simon too.
Agent Jones, that's sexual harassment.
What is going on?
So, Belle, does that barrier of yours also protect you from violent criminals?
What's that supposed to mean, Zach?
He's more dangerous than I thought. I can't read him. I'll just have to assault him head on with questions then.
Okay.
First, I'll try using the files on the table to shake him up.
Zach's vacant eyes. Hold on.
Stage 4 progressive malignant tumor. How do humans behave when they know death is just around the corner? And what if that human is also a high-functioning sociopath? An ornate antique chessboard. Looks like he stopped halfway through the game. But who was playing with him? These files are from the case that took place just outside of New Orleans in 2005. The agent who handled the case was Francis Zach Morgan. And now he's sitting right in front of me.
I still don't know when to use my power. I'll inspect this now.
That chessboard looks rather old. And you can't even buy those ivory pieces anymore.
Right, they were banned by the CITES Treaty.
That was made in France in the 1900s. We know it's in bad taste. But the weight of the ivory just feels so good in our hands.
You play chess alone?
Is that a crime?
No. But it's a hard game to enjoy when you're all by yourself.
He's probably just replicating famous games. Or trying to solve problems from a chess workbook. Right, Morgan? I may not look it, but I'm actually a bit of a chess nut myself. When I was in school, I used to pore over every issue of Chess Life, the magazine published by the U.S. Chess Federation.
Well, unfortunately, your guess is completely wrong, Agent Jones. He isn't replicating a famous game, nor is he solving workbook problems. There isn't a single chess book to be found in this apartment.
Maybe he put him away.
And I didn't find any chess-related websites in his internet history.
What? Huh?
He was simply playing chess. All alone.
Okay.
So, what's wrong with that, Belle?
I don't understand it. How could a single human being seriously play as both sides?
You just publicly confessed to stealing personal data. Seems like that's a much bigger problem.
Oh no, everything was done in a perfectly legal manner. We simply happened to intercept a handful of data being sent out from an unknown origin.
Ooh, now she's really trying to scare us. Did you hear that, my fairy? Serious nightmare fuel.
These files are from the case that took place just outside of New Orleans in 2005. The agent who had now he's
Yeah. Hold on, let me check out his vacant eyes.
Mr. Morgan, may I ask you a question purely out of curiosity? If it makes you uncomfortable, just let me know, and I'll retract it.
Belle, what's wrong? You sure put a lot of effort into that approach.
It's a question about death.
About this body?
Are you afraid of what's coming?
Think carefully about why we're smoking this, then ask us again. Honestly, we're not afraid. Rather, we find it intriguing.
Intriguing.
Yes. Belle, have you ever been to the Grand Canyon in winter?
No.
In the dead of winter, the Grand Canyon is terribly cold. Colder than you could imagine. A cold that no photograph could ever express. The sun, powerless. And the temperature drops below 0. Right in the middle of the day.
Meaning?
Meaning, you can't really understand something until you experience it for yourself. If you want to learn more about us, you need to gain more experience, Belle.
Okay, hold on. Can I look around? No, they took it away from me. No more.
Do you remember the homicides that took place in CARRE, Louisiana in 2005?
We solved that case.
Your report states the following. By coincidence, you encountered a serious incident in a town you visited while on vacation. You then decided to steal the right to investigate from the local law enforcement and took over the case. After several more homicides, you managed to apprehend the perpetrator.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what happened. We stole the right to investigate from them, just as you said.
It all started when the body of a 16-year-old girl was discovered. You arrived in Le CARRE immediately after that, didn't you?
We just can't seem to keep ourselves away from dead girls.
Did you really visit that town just to take a vacation?
We don't know. If you already have the report, then we suggest you read it, Belle. Either way, that case is closed.
Closed? You sure about that? Don't you think this puzzle is still missing some crucial pieces?
Come on. No need to beat around the bush with us, Belle.
Who's rustling papers in the background? Is that the music? Oh, okay.
They found Lise Clarkson's body. It was hidden deep within the Clarkson Food Delivery Services cold storage warehouse.
After 14 years, we finally discovered the body of the very first victim. Do you know what this means? That's why we're here. The first victim in the case he solved, Lise Clarkson. This is a photograph of what she looks like now. How will he react when he sees it? The body that went missing for 14 years was suddenly discovered frozen in a warehouse. This is some kind of message from the victim to us.
We're pleased that her body turned up. Deeply pleased.
You claim to have closed this case, but now a lost body suddenly surfaced. Aren't you curious about the details?
Body or not, we already solved that case. Lisa's body can't change anything now. And it certainly has nothing to do with us.
I suspect the body was stored there rather than abandoned, due to the unnatural state it was found in. She was found frozen in a storage unit. Therefore, she looks exactly the same as she did when she disappeared. In fact, she's in such good condition that we can even determine the murder weapon and cause of death.
Well, good for you.
Even stranger is how unbelievably beautiful she looks.
That's weird to say.
At first glance, few would guess she was a murder victim at all. She looks more like a piece of art, or a mythological figure from a painting.
This keeps getting better and better.
Better and better?
Isn't that right, my fairy? A corpse as beautiful as a goddess. Sounds just like our story. Yes. Yes.
That went okay. Now I'm sure that Morgan's hiding something.
Did that go okay? All right.
I may be able to get what I want if we go deeper into the documents.
No, I want to look at the chessboard again.
A halfway finished chess game. I think he was playing both sides. If it was merely for entertainment, it wouldn't be a problem. But I know that every action he takes has its own special purpose, especially now that his remaining time is limited.
Oh, why do you keep cycling away from it?
Who is it? This my fairy character you keep speaking to.
You weren't supposed to ask.
You can't see her. Such bad manners. You barge into our apartment, yet you don't even care about who else is living here.
Dissociative identity disorder. In the past, it was known as multiple personality disorder. You were subjected to an internal probe only once during your career, correct? They suspected that you had DID, but you denied it. And no problems arose during your test. Is this how you dealt with the psychological profiler back then, too? Saying strange things, weaving unrelated matters together. Is that how you slipped through?
You're free to draw your own conclusions, Belle. But my fairy clearly exists. She's been sitting right there on your lap this entire time.
Then why were you looking up?
Stop it. No violence allowed in here, Belle. Wouldn't want to scare my fairy, now would we?
You may be wondering why we decided to unearth all these old files.
Everything happens for a reason.
The moment Lise Clarkson's body was found, we did the best we could to start our own local investigation. But there wasn't much we could actually investigate due to the damage caused by the hurricane.
Then we assume you also questioned everyone who worked in the warehouse.
Of course. We questioned all the Clarkson Food Delivery Services employees who staffed the warehouse and its owner. But we still have yet to obtain any key testimonies.
Par for the course with a 14-year-old case, if you ask me.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't notice a big, giant block of ice with a dead girl in it for 14 years.
Not to mention how bad the timing was. Most of the employees were on vacation.
So, you gave up on the investigation and came to see us instead. Remember what happened, my fairy? That warehouse. That man. So incoherent. Such a pain.
Yeah.
Hey, are you talking about the guy who managed the vault where Lisa's body was found? Yeah, I think he started working there in 2005. Remember, Aaliyah? You said he was a pain to deal with, too.
The large man, yes?
Large man.
No need to answer, if you don't want to. I'm sure you've already put him under surveillance. Textbook FBI protocol.
Okay. I'm gonna press it one more time just to see if there's anything going on here. Oh, it's fucking nothing again.
Isn't there someone else you should have talked to? Before coming to us. Such as...
We were unable to reach Patricia Clarkson. You look surprised. I thought you already knew. After all, you visited Louisiana last week. We assumed you met with her during your time there.
We haven't been to Louisiana. Not in 14 years.
Is that so?
We've been right here in our apartment this entire time. That man is our witness. Aren't you, Simon?
He's right. He didn't even take a single step outside on Christmas Eve.
Damn.
Which means that I didn't get to either.
Are you positive about that? I took the liberty of checking some airline records. Last Friday, the name Billy Bishop was listed on a morning flight out of Boston. This is the fake name you used to use as an agent, isn't it?
A mere coincidence.
Yet that's not all. That evening on the same day, a man with a large scar on his forehead allegedly purchased an '89 Cadillac from a small used car lot in CARRE. He reportedly said he wanted something old, big, and strong. The owner of the car lot felt it was a strange order, so it stuck in his mind.
Our world is filled with mysteries. And they always have the most bizarre timing.
Incidentally, on the following day, an identical Cadillac was taken to a scrapyard in Trenton, New Jersey.
You can find that type of car anywhere. Isn't that right, my fairy?
Morgan's right. Everything happens for a reason.
What was in the spot of that giant Dorito on the table?
Even this messy room.
That's all I can think about. This
Must
whole
be a reason
cutscene.
for it. Especially when it comes to those strangely tidy spots. They're practically begging me to question them.
Okay, I guess we'll do that. Oh, like, yeah.
This room's a total mess, but certain spots are perfectly clean. Is it just a coincidence? No. There are no coincidences with this man.
Hey Zach, is it a coincidence?
Mr. Morgan. I found several spots in this room that look strangely clean. Did you tidy up a bit because you knew we were coming?
Those are sanctuaries. They've existed from the start.
Sanctuaries.
That's right. Sacred places. Hovels for pure souls, if you will.
Were there originally objects in those hovels? Something you didn't want us to see?
The soul's still there. We haven't touched a thing. But we know you can't see anything. Hey, Simon. Don't touch the sanctuary.
Sorry.
Was he doing that? Touching his bag? Stop
That's
touching
a
the sanctuary. And wait, the bag is?
Don't ever touch it again.
Okay.
You've been watching us for 4.5 years, and you couldn't even figure that much out?
My bad. It's my first time actually coming inside, you know.
You're earning far more than you deserve, then. What were you doing all day in that black Suburban? We thought wiretapping was your specialty. Don't tell me. Crossword puzzles. What do you think, my fairy? 4.5 years. All that time, and what does he have to show for it?
Crossword puzzles? No way. Come on, I thought you knew. I'm a Sudoku guy.
Agent Jones.
Oh, right.
He's completely taken control of the conversation. At this rate, we'll never get anywhere. I need to press him some more.
Okay. Rummaging. Is it now time to press L?
Agent Jones. The briefcase isn't even that big. How long does he intend to keep that up? Does he have pizza menus stuffed inside there or something? Agent Jones? Did you find the files? Mr. Morgan, do you recognize these files?
Uh-oh. Oh, he touched another sanctuary. Jesus Christ, dude. Kill him. Do it.
Ow!
We told you. That's a sanctuary.
Let him go! Assaulting an FBI agent is an obstruction of justice.
We told you. Go. Ah! Stay back. Stay back. Sanctuary. Down. Surrounded. Ah! 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 Yeah.
Mr. Morgan? I cut my finger with that can opener this morning. I thought I stopped the bleeding, but it seeped through. How could I be so stupid?
Is that okay?
Hey, John, I don't think so.
Everything should be fine now. I'm sorry for being so careless. I made sure to read through your file and learn about your condition. The color red. Such an unusual thing to fear.
シスゲームルールズ THIS ゲーム is ゲームオブザイヤー I'm
Hey, thank you,
literally
Stag.
about to shit my pants he started speaking in fucking Taz thank you SWERRY.
Please, accept my deepest apologies.
I'm sorry too, Morgan. I don't know what I was thinking. I'll never touch one of your sanctuaries ever again. And no more red, either.
Don't ever touch one again. I told them not to. Why would they do that? Make them go away. Sanctuaries. Don't touch. Stay away.
Now, may we return to our discussion?
Don't worry. I won't let them touch you again. I'll keep them away from us.
Strangely enough, this man has a fear of the color red. And I believe that fear is connected to the Greenville case. The files on the serial killings that shocked Washington State in 2010, officially titled the Greenville case.
Wait, that was 2010? Oh, okay.
I never thought I'd take out files from a case I first heard about on the news. Mr. Morgan? I'd like to ask you some questions about this case now.
We don't want to remember that town.
I'm sorry, but there's no way around this. I remember hearing about this case on the news when I was still a student. A high school girl named Anna Graham was murdered, and the FBI stepped in to take over the case. I also remember it becoming a sprawled investigation due to evidence found in the victim's throat. Is that correct? After that case, you went on sick leave for 2 years. And when you returned, you requested to be switched over to desk work. What happened?
That's a private matter. None of your business, Bill.
Were you traumatized? It's a common problem with prolific agents such as yourself. But there's another possibility that may make more sense. Perhaps you simply finished making preparations.
What are you getting at?
What are you getting at?
Thinking too much about something will always turn it into a problem. The Greenvale case. Don't you think it resembles the CARRE case?
Read the report. We have nothing else to say.
Sorry.
I just need one more push. One more thing that can summon up the past.
Honeycomb in a jar. Clock in trash. Picture of a leaf. Let's start with the honeycomb in a jar.
Jar of honey with honeycomb inside it. There's nothing strange about it, but it still gives me a weird feeling.
Or maybe the thing in the case. No, the honeycomb.
That's royal jelly.
Huh?
You were staring at the jar, weren't you? Do you find it strange that there's honeycomb inside? We wanted to harvest royal jelly in its most natural state. The queen's main food source, created from the worker bee's secretions. It's a perfect food, filled with power, meant to fuel the birth of the next queen. By absorbing it into our own bodies, we too can acquire that power. Incidentally, did you know that all the worker bees are female?
No.
Guess they didn't teach you that at Quantico. Male bees are only born to inseminate, and they're born from unfertilized eggs to boot. They have short lives and don't even get stingers. Sort of feels like a glimpse into the future of our society, wouldn't you agree? Women are gifted with the power to conceive, give birth, and nourish their children. But men are consumed with the job of providing women with the chance to do so. If women no longer had to rely on men for the seeds of life, they would soon cease to desire them, we believe. Be careful, Simon.
Huh? Of what?
Your Belle's already stolen the reins from you.
Alright, what about the clock in the trash?
Another old antique. He collects milk cartons but treats valuable antiques like trash. What's going on in his head? The silver clock in that trash pile. Is that an H5?
That's right. John Harrison's 5th chronometer, completed in 1770. After many years, he completed it and presented it to the Board of Longitude in order to end their feud with him. That's only a replica, of course.
You like clocks?
Clocks are amazing. Prime fruit of the human race's intellect. We took the invisible idea of time and manifested it in these.
Yeah, I love clocks too. Absolutely fascinating.
I disagree.
Oh? Why?
Time is valuable precisely because it can't be seen. Yet nowadays people can't tell what time it is unless it's measured in numbers. Talk about idiocy.
Okay.
I don't mean to side with the Board of Longitude, but remember, humans used to cross oceans with the stars alone. We have our eyes to read moon charts and study the sky. We don't need clocks.
Okay.
What if it's
Isn't that kind of like a
cloudy or
clock?
All you need is courage and a love for adventure.
Hear that, my fairy? Courage and a love for adventure? Come on, Belle. Surely you know how many lives have been claimed by your pals' courage and adventure.
Hey, hold on a second here. That board of longitude thing. What the heck is that? I mean, I've heard of it before. I'm an FBI analyst, remember? I just sort of can't remember it right now. I know what it is, really. I'm telling the truth. Come on, Aaliyah, back me up here. Aaliyah?
Okay.
A picture of a leaf. This isn't just a picture of any leaf. It's the most important leaf. The belief in truth.
The belief.
Begins with the doubt of all truths in which one has previously believed. It's time to get down to business.
So is this mechanic that they introduced, does it do anything? Is that... Nope. Still nothing.
Mr. Morgan, please look at this.
What did we just say? We don't want to remember Greenvale.
This isn't a photo from Greenvale. Look closely at it. Former Special Agent Francis Zach Morgan. This photograph predates Greenvale. It's from the CARRE case you worked on in 2005.
Red. Red tree. Red tree.
Yes, a red tree. Greenvale wasn't the first place you saw one of these. The Greenvale case and the Lise Clarkson murder case. They're connected.
Oh, okay.
By these red trees. Aren't they?
Red trees. Both places. Growing. Roots. Seeds.
Answer me.
Oh, sorry, I skipped over his muttering.
What are these trees?
Red trees. Figured it out. Yes. Smarter than we thought. Connection. Red trees.
Also, isn't there red on his printer right there? Oh, well.
I want the truth.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. That's a paper shredder.
Tell me everything you know.
The red trees. You really did your homework. Well done, Belle. You're good. Damn good.
Are you ready to talk now? I want to know what went down in Le Carré in 2005.
Fine. We'll tell you. We'll tell you what happened in that town. Yes. It was that red tree. That red tree ruined my life. It was... It was a sultry summer day. The sun comes down hard on you in the south, like a torrential downpour of demonic whispers. It all started back in that sweltering summer, We still had our best friend with us back then. The other me. My better half.
Never a choice. When somebody needs you, you can't turn away. You're their only lifeline, just a hero, a bullet for hire, working alone. Always a voice, a cry in the darkness, an echo of pain that's been long forgotten, but it haunts me.
Why, this is both a sequel and a prequel.
There's a time when you see life for what it's gotta be. You should know they'll destroy you, or cultivate to keep searching. Walk alone.
This is alright. It's no D4 song. Oh well, hold on. What was Willie doing in there? FK in the intro? That was alright. I like the song in D4 a lot more for the intro. But the music in this has been pretty decent. They got that at least.
Zach.
Oh.
Zach. Can you hear me, Zach?
I guess I'll answer. I'm pressing buttons. I gotta highlight the one button.
There you are, Zach.
Hey.
Sleeping again?
Yeah, sorry, it was a long intro.
Well, rise and shine. It's time for us to head back out into the chaos. Isn't that right, Zach?
These pauses are so fucking good. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yep. All right.
Zach, it looks like she wants us to join her for breakfast. Perhaps this town's finally starting to warm up to us. Look at that, Zach. She's welcoming us with open arms. She's even willing to share that tasty morsel with us. What an honor.
Eat it.
Hurry up and chow down, mister. Unless you like your breakfast stale.
What an amazing place. I've been on top of the moon since the moment I got here. And the name of this wonderful town, CARRE, sounds like French to me. But what does it mean?
I'm the chef, David. If you want to know about the town, you'd better ask the concierge. Only amateur chefs flap their gums about stuff that ain't food related.
Okay.
Did you hear that, Zach? He's a true professional.
You say something, mister?
No, not to you. I was just talking to Zach.
Zach?
Please don't ask me about Zach. It's a private matter.
If you say so, still. Never thought the FBI would ever come out to a little old town like ours.
I do work for the FBI, but I didn't come here for an investigation. I just happened to stop by on my way to New Orleans.
Never thought there'd be a murder out here either. And it was a 16-year-old kid. Now, I tell you, this country's seen better days. What you reckon, mister?
I thought you didn't talk about things.
Zach, he's
besides
definitely a
food.
professional, but it seems like he's also a bit lonesome. That's good. Ambivalence exists everywhere.
Folks say the killer used an axe. Hell of an old-fashioned choice, if you ask me.
Actually, Chef David, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the incident.
But shoot, I ain't the one you ought to be asking, Mr. FBI. I only heard what I heard. But seeing as you're fixing to grill me, I can tell you what I know.
Please do. I appreciate it.
What do you know about the victim?
You said the victim was a 16-year-old. Did you know her?
Well, sure. I reckon the whole town did.
Meaning?
She's Lise Clarkson, the little grandbaby of the Clarkson family.
The Clarkson family?
That's right.
Wait, how'd they lose her body for 14 years then? Wait, huh? Okay.
You ain't seen they sign on your way in here? The one above that huge cold storage complex.
I thought they said that the one they found was Lise. Maybe there's two.
Should have had a dragonfly on it. Anyway, that's the Clarkson family seal. They own most of the land around here, from the sugar plantations right down to the food processing plant.
Sorry about Moobot.
Yeah, I reckon they got a stake in just about everything. They even own the water tower on the edge of town, you know? They're the ones who built up this town, and they still support it.
Where's the Clarkson's house?
What do you know about the Clarkson's house?
Now, I ain't got nothing bad to say, but I'm gonna talk straight to you. You best steer clear of that place. That family ain't just some gang. They're a whole different kind of beast. They folks with real power.
You're right, he's hovering a little bit off the ground. Just a tiny bit, though.
Remnants of the good old boys who shaped America in the early days. Especially the head of the family, P.J. Clarkson. He's the kind of monster who goes around eating other monsters. And I'm sure he's on edge now with his granddaughter getting murdered and all. So don't go barging in with that shiny FBI badge of yours and think you'll be safe for nothing. Things are different down here. So if you plan on sticking around, you best remember that.
I see. I'll keep that in mind.
What's the local law enforcement doing?
Is the local law enforcement investigating the case?
Shoot, mister, what you think?
There's a lot of good camera angles in this dialogue we're having.
Now, I told you this ain't no city. We in the bonafide boondocks here. They got to know how to break up fights and keep folks from killing each other when they pissed you off. They sit down and talk it out with you heart to heart, and when that don't work, they just beat your ass. That's the Deep South for you. This murder ain't like that, though. A little kid got killed. A weird way, like something on a TV show. The sheriff's department ain't never seen nothing like this.
What do you know about New Orleans?
Live and Let Die, Angel Heart, and The Pelican Brief, right? 9 out of 10 people will name those titles when you ask them to think of a film set in New Orleans. They're all excellent movies, but to me they lack realism. Due to my line of work, I have a tendency to think deeply about what feels real and what doesn't.
What's your point?
Cat people. That's my point. Cat people. 1982, directed by Paul Schrader. The crowning achievement of Nastasia Kinski, the ultimate muse of the 80s. The most vital element of that movie is the reality it depicts. Leopards who turn into humans have intercourse with humans and turn back into leopards. Then they can only turn back into humans again if they mutilate their lovers. I was awestruck by the sheer reality of it all. Understand? I'm talking about hyper-realism. After watching it, I felt like I just had to experience the world of cat people for myself.
Yeah.
That's why I decided to visit New Orleans.
Okay.
Another vital element of cat people is the presence of Malcolm McDowell. Malcolm McDowell from Blue Thunder. Oh, talk about a masterpiece. Listen carefully, David. Only an amateur would call A Clockwork Orange his best movie. His best movies are Cat People and Blue Thunder. Period. You need to remember this, because it's the truth.
Whatever you say, mister. So, what's your point again?
Never mind, don't worry about it. I already covered all the important parts.
It was a bizarre murder?
When you say it was like something from a TV show, what exactly do you mean?
Hey, mister. Why do you look so excited, huh? Like a kid asking grandma to read him a fairy tale.
I just can't seem to keep myself away from young women who died in bizarre ways.
Well, I ain't seen it with my own eyes, but folks say they found the body hanging under a bridge on the bayou. And under that bridge, there was some kind of altar.
An altar?
Like something they use in black magic. Something horrible.
Voodoo?
Nah, wasn't nothing like that. Just a weird altar.
That's all?
Oh, and the body was all cut up in pieces, scattered around the altar like.
So she was sacrificed?
That's what the fella who discovered her said, yeah.
Bingo, Zach. This case has got our names all over it.
How can I get around town?
By the way, Mr. FBI, I ain't seen a car in the parking lot. How'd you get all the way out here, huh? Don't tell me you walked.
Well, that's a very good question. Chef David, you've got a sharp eye. It's true that I didn't park my car in your parking lot. Do you know why?
Can't say I do.
Because it was stolen.
Huh? But you with the FBI, right?
Even FBI cars can be stolen. It could happen after you park your car on the side of the road and go off to do some legwork. When you're eating lunch, when you're watching a movie, when you're asleep at night, when you're buying cigarettes at the local supermarket. Your car can be stolen anywhere. That's in my case,
Oops,
my
sorry.
car was stolen while I was on my way down here. But no need to worry. I already reported it to the local authorities. And I've also already acquired another mode of transportation.
Another mode?
Want to hear the details?
Not really. But I'll listen if you want me to.
Then please do. After I finished my work in Houston, I flew to New Orleans. Then, I rented a car at the airport.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I visit the West Coast, I always rent a convertible, especially in California. But now I'm in hot and sticky Louisiana. So, I decided on a brand new hybrid car with a fully equipped air conditioning system.
A hybrid car?
Oh yes, they're marvelous. Vehicles that utterly defy everything you think you know about cars. Now, in the year 2005, it feels like we've finally entered the 21st century. Stomp down on the gas all you want. The engine won't make a sound.
It's silent?
At first, I felt like the landscape was moving past me on its own. Give it a few more years, and I'm sure we'll start seeing cars that run purely on electricity. And who knows? In a decade or so, electric sports cars may end up lining the parking lots of Silicon Valley. I can see it now. It's the world of The Last Starfighter. 1984, directed by Nick Castle. It's famous for being the first film to utilize realistic CG, but I couldn't care less about that. See, I was mesmerized by the beautifully refined mech designs. It even made me wish that I could be one of them myself. Especially the Gunstar spacecraft. No other sci-fi movie has ever had.
So, yeah, where'd your hybrid car get stolen?
Sorry, I got off topic. I noticed it was missing after I finished my lunch and walked out of the diner. Incidentally, this diner was located at the entrance to a small town just south off the I-10. I went out to get back in it, but my hybrid car was nowhere to be found. I remembered exactly where I parked it, right between a blue pickup truck and a hedgerow. But when I came back from lunch, it had completely vanished. In short, someone stole it. And in its place, they left me this.
What?
A skateboard.
A skateboard?
Yes. While I was sliding my lunch into my stomach, someone was busy replacing my brand new hybrid car with a wooden board attached to 4 wheels. Remarkable, don't you think?
So then how did you get here?
By riding the skateboard, obviously. Why do you look so surprised? No, I couldn't ride the board very well at first. But by the time I hit the 3-mile mark, I'd more or less gotten the hang of it. By the 10-mile mark, I'd even learned to do a few tricks. It was a journey of self-discovery. Not even I knew I had this latent talent sleeping inside me.
This summer's gonna be another hot one. It's supposed to get over 95 today. Watch out you don't go getting heat stroke.
The Lise Clarkson case needs us. Don't you think so, Zach? The cat people are what guided us to New Orleans. We should be thanking Malcolm McDowell. Once we get home, let's watch Blue Thunder again. I'm already looking forward to it. Aren't you, Zach? Zach. The searing light. These scents. It's the deep south. That was a fabulous breakfast. You're the world's greatest chef.
Wait, mister. You didn't take a single bite.
Well, the tea was to die for. But I'd prefer coffee next time. What would a morning be without coffee?
Well, Elysium's got good characters so far. I like David a lot. Oh, here we go. Return to York's room and review the case. Quests updated. Ooh. Can we interact with these people? Kind of. Just a little bit. Look at this. Is that a stacked pizza? What the fuck? Dang, this is way nicer than the lodge. Just don't look in there. Oh, that's the mirror. Oh, whoa. It was so real, I couldn't tell.
San Rouge. We've been chasing it all over America. But I feel like we're finally on the verge of finding something now. Don't you, Zach? I think it's about time we ordered a new briefcase. Yes, I know this one carries a lot of memories, but it's seen too much. This hole's from the shootout in Tucson. And this stain's from Miami. Miami. Now that was a fascinating case. Billy, our perp, cut his own torso right in two. Even with the help of the drugs, a feat like that still requires incredible mental fortitude. I was so impressed that I forgot I'd left my briefcase on the floor. Same floor his blood gushed out onto. I know, Zach, I know. Now isn't the time for a trip down memory lane.
Okay. He's looking a lot thicker in this game.
An emergent drug that's been on the rise in 4 southern states. Personally, I think it originated right here in Louisiana. And Lise Clarkson's murder must be connected to it somehow. The 16-year-old girl who was murdered. Her body was found beneath a bridge over the bayou, along with a strange altar.
PJ Clarkson.
The powerful man who essentially controls the town of CARRE.
Yeah, that's her. That's the girl from that went missing, I guess.
And he seems to be more fearsome than your average gangster. I doubt he'll be willing to cooperate with any law enforcement, Zach. You know, I keep thinking about that movie we stopped to see on our way here, Zach. The Island, 2005, directed by Michael Bay. For a movie being shown at a cinema complex, it was surprisingly artistic. An experimental setting mixed with hard-hitting drama. It was art house sci-fi. That director's going to change the history of art house films. Are you following me here? This is another special film that's setting a new standard, just like Star Wars and Blade Runner did. This is a turning point, Zach. You may be witnessing the birth of a vital new word that will soon become a part of film history. Yes, this single movie may be responsible for creating a whole new genre several years down the line. A genre known as island movies. I sure like the sound of that. Don't you, Zach?
Link board has been unlocked. I really want to go check out that mirror texture.
I'm very satisfied with the decorations
Oh.
and the size of this closet, Zach. And it's even got a security box. What else could a man ask for?
Can you
It's
change
proof
outfits?
that we're still safely inside the fringes of modern civilization.
Nope. Oh, you can use the closet to change clothes and send clothes out for dry cleaning. If you wear the same clothes for long, they'll get dirty. So make sure you clean them regularly and properly groom yourself. Do note that when you send one outfit out for dry cleaning, you won't be able to wear it again until it's delivered back to you. Whoa. Ooh, stylish brown? Wear that one. Oh, yeah. I gotta go shave. The fuck is... Oh, we can take a shower. Alright, good.
Due to the nature of our work, we've had to stay at hotels all over America. But Zach, do you know what I hate most about living out of a hotel? Shower pressure. The shower was invented so that human beings could quickly bathe in large quantities of water, correct? Yet there are far too many hotels in our nation that have showers with embarrassingly weak water pressure. It's an outrage. And I'll keep tooting my horn about this every chance I get, believe you me.
Can't use the toilet. You can use the toolbox to store items and take them out later. You can only hold so many items on your person at once, so you'll need to utilize the toolbox sooner or later. Okay. Bullets. Okay, cool. There's some stuff in there for later.
Hey there, Chef. What's cooking?
Chef, what are you talking about, sir? I'm the concierge, David. I just heard from our chef that you wish to learn the meaning behind our town's name.
Yes, I've gathered that Le Carre is French, but does it have any special meaning?
Why, yes, sir, of course it does. A very clear, logical meaning. All names have meanings. Would you like to know what this one means?
Yes, I would.
Jolly good, sir. Then allow me to explain. Le Carré means square in French.
Ah. And
That's it.
that's it?
Yes, that's it, sir. Do take a gander at the town map in the lobby if it fancies you. It's beautiful, valuable, and old. I'm sure you'll understand once you see it. Now, please excuse me, sir. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
Did you see that, Zach? That was clearly David. Not a twin, not a split personality, just the work of a true professional. It's bizarre, but I can understand it. Remember what they say. The job makes the man.
We did it. Answer the door. Check out the old map. Alright. It's got to take one fucking step. Why?
Do you feel that, Zach? Dozens of paintings no one will ever see. Faint scent of tobacco baked into these walls for over a century. Now that's what I call a hotel. Zach, can you see him? His fashion sense is beyond me, but he appears to be a gentleman. Perhaps we should talk to him. Nice tie. Did you buy it here?
It's been a long time since someone spoke to me. No one these days ever tries to see me.
They can see what's far in the distance, but are blind to what's in front of them. No. Maybe they're only pretending not to see. That's what civilized society does to people.
Exactly. Ever since mankind got their hands on civilization, they zoomed away at a frightening speed.
Zoomed away from what?
Don't be a fool. You know the answer. As for me, just call me Hoongan.
Hoongan. The title given to a leader in a certain religion. Is that what you are?
Whoa.
Do you comprehend the oracle?
The oracle. Put on your religion hat, Zach. Here we go.
Fell 10 maidens in the shrine of hunger. Find the flying serpent in the ambiguous zero. Dance with the flying serpent, and you will glimpse the other world.
10 maidens and an ambiguous zero. Got it. But what do you mean by otherworld?
Follow the oracle.
Love it.
Zach, did you hear all that? Looks like we've already taken our first step into chaos. But such is our duty. We need to accept the chaos, let it inside, then carefully dismantle it piece by piece. And after we've put all the pieces back into their rightful places, the truth will reveal itself. Let's capture the truth and present it with a shiny pair of silver bracelets, Zach.
Am I free to go? Oh, okay. What's this? Oh, some vending machines. Do I have any money? Hold on. So, what is this? Is that not the thing that's in the corner? Okay. Oh, I will have a Coke. Let's see. Fills you up. Well, yeah. Give me that donut. Alright, give me my save.
Zach, this is CARRE. I think I'm finally starting to understand what our concierge was trying to say. You can tell this town was built by a very methodical person. No, wait. Maybe they just didn't care, and that's why it ended up this way. It's just another symbol of mankind's obsession with molding nature to fit our own rules.
Hey, thank you, Stagrunner. Oof.
Zach, what did you think of Hungan's oracle? Despite all the dramatic build-up, it's little more than a childish riddle. Heartwarming, really. Exactly the kind of feeling one gets from the good old-fashioned countryside. Now let's start by tracking down those 10 maidens. The oracle gave us a place and an act. We need to go to the Shrine of Hunger and fell 10 maidens. Now, where in this town can one satiate their hunger? The hotel and where? Alexis's Diner and Lane. This is it, Zach. There are even pins and a bowling ball on the sign. I bet we'll be able to eat some Cajun cuisine and bowl there. Maybe even both at the same time.
Oh, God.
Nice job, Zach.
Oh, well.
I knew you'd be able to find it.
I hope there's bowling. I don't recall seeing the actual ability to bowl.
Now for the other oracle. There's no flying serpent on this map. Could it be a contrail or perhaps a dragon? I'm sure we'll find out later. First, let's just figure out where we need to go. Do you know what the ambiguous 0 represents? 0 is usually treated as a base number, but under what conditions would a base number be ambiguous? The answer is temperature, Zach. Yes. 0 degrees Fahrenheit is minus 17.7 degrees Celsius, and 0 degrees Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more ambiguous 0 than that. The Clarkson Food Delivery Services Cold Storage Warehouse. That's got to be it. Even with this blazing sun in the sky, they can easily keep the temperature below freezing. Be honest now, Zach. You knew the answer from the very start, didn't you?
Oh, hey, I got $15 from somewhere.
And how about that Hungan? What a mysterious character. His oracles may end up determining how much time we spend in this town.
Sorry, boss, but this is a smoke-free hotel. If you're dying to smoke, head out the entrance and you'll find a smoking area in the rear parking lot.
Don't tell me. You're the
At
bellboy.
your service, boss.
Are you good friends with the concierge and the chef?
We work at the same place, yeah. But, I can't really say whether we're good friends with each other. We're all professionals, though. Nothing more, nothing less.
I believe we've struck gold here, Zach. It just screams Deep South. Actually, no, it doesn't. This is all his charm. So, if I want to smoke, I should go out the entrance and around to the rear parking lot?
Bada bing, bada boom.
Okay. I'll play by your rules.
Oh. I guess that's probably the times that they're open. Oh, we can talk to people now, too.
Hiya, boss. How can I be of service?
Let's talk. David, this hotel is pretty impressive. Why, thanks, boss. We're proud of the hotel here, yes we are. I can see why. Speaking of which, did you happen to take a peek at the decorations in the bathroom on the first floor? I did them up myself, I'll have you know. If you haven't, then go take a look. Okay. Oh yeah, and we're also really proud of how strong our water pressure is. Meaning, hey, this is the South, boss. Doesn't take long to drown yourself in sweat, catch my drift? Anyways, we made sure to set our shower's water pressure to high. Well then, I can't wait to experience it. I may just have to try it out tonight. I gotta go check out his decorations. Where's the bathroom here? Oh.
Whether it's a restaurant or a hotel, the key to charming your customers is how you present your bathroom. I'm sure you feel the same way, don't you, Zach? Now this is the kind of bathroom a person can really get excited about. It might even trump the one we saw in that drug dealer's house in Austin. Remember? The art piece on display in there utilized the natural curves of human ribs in such a novel way. It was truly brilliant.
Are these the decorations? Oh, whoa, that's pretty nice. Alright. Is this part of it? maybe they're in here? No, I can't go, sorry. Damn. Alright, who else we got here? Nobody. It's time to hit the street. Nope, never mind.
We always strive to provide our guest with the finest of service, sir. Our humble, bucolic town does have its inconveniences.
I'm not allowed in the
Shopping
other
in
bathroom.
particular can be a bit of a slog. Therefore, we decided to provide a modest selection of daily necessities right here at our very own front desk.
Oh, hell
Great.
yeah.
Sounds convenient.
Exactly.
Oh, I have to buy them. Oh, you sell bullets? Okay. It's alright though, they're rubber bullets. Heavy cigarettes. Slowly pass time. Pass time normally, or a quickly pass time. Okay. A sleeping bag. Use this to camp outside. Adhesive cleaner. Roll this around to clean yourself up a little. Oh, yeah, I want one of these. I'm gonna need one of these. Anti-numb. Extremely bitter, but very powerful when used to alleviate paralysis. Antidote for poison. An alcoholic's best friend. Use this to completely sober yourself up. Alleviate chills and cold. Oh, man. There's so much going on here.
Please don't hesitate to let me know if you're in need of anything, sir.
Would you mind if I asked you just one question, concierge?
By all means, please ask me whatever you like, sir.
Do you run this entire hotel all on your own? I mean, just the three of you?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
So you, or the three of you, own the entire place?
Oh, heavens no, sir. The chef, the bellboy, and myself are all mere employees of this fine hotel.
So the Clarksons own this place, too?
Not quite, sir. This hotel opened its doors long before the Clarksons came to prominence.
Impressive. No wonder this building has such a dignified air to it.
Indeed. This is probably the only building in all of Lucare that has managed to retain its original appearance.
So who's the owner? I simply must know the name of the person who had the fortune and sense to come into possession of such a fine building.
The owner of this hotel is none other than David Jawara, sir.
Zach, that's the fourth David. It all makes sense now. It'd be stranger if only the owner was a completely different person. I sincerely hope I get a chance to meet him during my stay here.
If I may, Mr. Morgan, sir, I don't think that's such a good idea.
Why not?
Unfortunately, our owner has a bit of a personality problem. The three of us here describe him as having a fractured mind.
Okay. Oh, all right. Oh, let me get that skateboard. After this loading screen. Frames? Oh, we don't need any. Thank you. I have plenty. Is it loading the whole map? Is that why? Is that why it runs so badly? Oh.
Compared to non-smokers, smokers have a 4.7 times greater chance of getting lung disease. You know that means it's more likely than getting asbestos poisoning?
Is that ideally?
The risk of death from lung cancer is actually much lower than what you think it is. In fact, it's tiny when compared to heart disease, strokes, and pneumonia. We're always surrounded by easy ways to die, you know. Some people even get randomly struck by lightning and die right there on the spot.
Then I reckon you also know that secondhand smokers have 1.3 times greater the risk compared to smokers?
Of course.
So you won't mind paying the damages when I die of lung disease? How about writing that in a contract for me? You got a pen, right?
You sure have some accents.
I promise to protect you from all the evil in our world. Well, that's stupid. By the way, what's your name?
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, just call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
Is something wrong with you? Adults ain't supposed to act like that. I only asked for your name so I can write it on the contract. You should have been able to figure that out if you're a real FBI agent like you said. Come on, sign here. Right here on the paper.
Just as I thought, Zach. This contract paper, it's a Sang Rouge wrapper. Sang Rouge is here, too. This must mean that Sang Rouge is connected to the Lise Clarkson murder case somehow. This is a sprawling case that spread across the entire South. It's within our jurisdiction, Zach. We'll need to steal the right to investigate from the local authorities at once. By the way, miss, what's your name?
Patricia Woods. But I gotta write my name myself, or else it won't be a real signature.
Tell me, Patricia, does this town have a sheriff, or is it under the jurisdiction of the nearest city police?
Perfect timing. Well, go on and steal it if you want it. I was just thinking about how this is way out of my daddy's league.
Thank you for the information, Patricia. Okay, Zach, it's time to get to work. How should we seize control from the sheriff this time?
Basic controls. Even a special agent needs to stay sharp when it comes to the basics. Crouching, okay? Move camera. Melee attack. Hell yeah. Red room. Alright. Hold on. Oh! Okay, skateboard. Your skateboard is your main method of getting out around the CARRE. Speed up, slow down. That's it. That's all of it. Okay. Bye. Oh no. Oh no.
Hey, Zach.
All right. Oof. Ouch. Alright, I'm gonna get off the skateboard now. We'll just walk. Oh. Okay, as long as you don't turn the camera too much, it's not that it's not that bad. Hey Sheriff.
Hey there. So, you're the fella from the FBI I've been hearing so much about. I'm Melvin. They call me the sheriff round here.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan? But call me York if you can. That's what everyone calls me.
Huh? Well, all right. Mr. York. How's that sound?
Fine by me.
I'm sure you figured this out, but our towns are small.
His face snaps into a smile.
Folks are already busy spreading gossip about how some FBI agents come to town. Now, I reckon you came from the city. What was it? D.C., L.A., or New York? Anywho, in the city, it's normal not to know who your neighbor is. Fella who moves in next to you could cook up a dozen folks in his backyard and no one would bat an eye. That's the city for you. Now, I never lived in one myself, but I visited them a few times, so I know what it's like. All pigs must die in the city of wolves. Yeah! Now, does that sound badass or what? I bet you'd... Hey! I know, CLG. I'm just trying to make a little small talk, that's all. Anywho, round these parts, everyone knows each other's name. So lots of folks get leery when they see an étranger like you. And since it's my duty to protect the town, I thought I'd stop by and say hello.
Zach, it looks like this sheriff is quite the happy-go-lucky type. A clear indication of just how peaceful this town is. Melvin, about the Lise Clarkson case.
I knew you were here for that case. Can't put one past the FBI. So they even got eyes on the smallest of towns like us, huh? Our world is filled with information, and it's all within their grasp. FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
The Lise Clarkson case is connected to a top-secret case that we've...
I know. If you're fixing to take the lead, then go right ahead. I'm just the humble sheriff of a tiny little town. My jobs are to stop my neighbors from beating the piss out of each other and listen to old folks complain. Honestly, this whole murder case has been weighing me down. So I'm gonna give you my full cooperation, Mr. Special Agent, sir.
Well, Zach, that was anticlimactic. I didn't even get to use my secret weapon. Melvin, there's a cold storage warehouse on the southern end of town, isn't there? I'd like to get permission to enter it.
Say what?
You want to see where the body's being kept, right?
Oh, I get it now. Lisa's body, yeah. Now, that's what I call a special agent. You already figured that much out. But, I'm not too sure that, going down there at this point is really gonna help much, you know?
Explain it yourself, Daddy.
That's incredible. I don't believe this. Amazing. Did you hear that, Zach? They put the body in a cold storage warehouse. This is fantastic. Insanely fantastic.
Really? Well, how about that? Well, all right then. I'll head on down to the warehouse ahead of you and make sure we get permission to search it.
Sounds good.
The management company only keeps the warehouse open during certain hours, so you'll have to come during those hours. I ain't looking to create any further disturbances, so be on time. Got it? Come on, let's roll, CLG.
What are the certain hours?
I'm gonna walk home, Daddy. I still got another stop to make.
Oh, if you say so, sweetie. She's a real sharp one, as you can see, so I try to stay out of her way.
Well,
Well, all right then, York. I'll see you at the warehouse.
why did the screen go dark? Why is it happening? It started to fade out a little bit too soon, I guess. Okay. Let's go. Let's see what the times are. Cold storage from... Okay, as long as we can get there soon, we'll be good. Let me flip out my wheels and head over there.
So, what do you think of him?
No! What the fuck?
Hey, you. You ain't secretly cutting kids up and sticking them into jars while you work as an FBI agent on the surface, are you? Or using your FBI connections to sell kids to child trafficking organizations?
I'm getting old.
Hey, bro, thank you for the resub.
I've arrested people who've done both, but I've never engaged in either of those activities myself. Of course, I have imagined doing such things
Okay.
in order to learn more about the psychology of the criminals I deal with.
Oh, alright.
It was just a joke. Why are you getting all serious? And don't tell me what you imagine, or else I'll get scared of you for real. Hey, can I come with you? You signed a contract with me, remember? And besides, I'm kind of worried about my daddy.
Do whatever you like. This is America, land of the free. But I have one condition.
What condition?
Don't ask me about Zach. It's a private matter.
I don't think she's gonna fit on the skateboard.
Zach, it feels like she's carrying something with her. Kind of reminds me of you back when we first met. I can't leave her alone like this. You feel the same way, don't you?
Okay. Indicators help you stay aware of direction and distance from your destinations. Side quests, also the same as main quests. What the? Waypoints, landmarks. Okay, cool. Where's the side quests at? Let's go do a side quest instead. I want to go to the bowling alley. Ugh. How do I open my map? Is that this button? Yeah, there we go. In the map menu, you can view your map. Yep. Set custom waypoints. Simply move your cursor over a point where you'd like them and press A. Make indicators appear. Alright. Diner's not that far. It's like 2 blocks away. Bye. Oh, look at these people. Real people. Can I go over this? Oh yeah, all good. Not all good, but
The streets in New Orleans were
I can't hear you, York.
busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was built in a swamp, so the ground is soft. All it takes is some heavy rain.
Oh, he only talks on the skateboard too. Fuck. What's this balloon about? I guess it's nothing.
By the way, Patty, what do you usually do when you're at home?
Is this an interrogation?
Oh no. I just figured that since we're working together now, it'd be a good idea to learn a little more about you.
Should an adult male like you really be asking a little girl this kind of question? I feel like I heard a story about this sort of thing on the news once.
There's a time and a place for everything. You know exactly who I am. And I've also introduced myself to your father. Besides, you're the one who said you wanted to come with me.
I was just kidding, jeez. You're an FBI special agent. Why would I ever need to worry?
You shouldn't automatically trust someone just because they're an FBI special agent. One's profession and one's personality are completely separate things. For example, one special agent may fall spiritually in love with a genius criminal who enjoys the taste of human flesh.
That's Hannibal. You pulled that straight out of a movie.
Just because it's a film doesn't mean it isn't deeply rooted in reality. You can't judge people solely based on where they work or how they look. You need to think hard and decide things for yourself.
Fine.
Okay. Oops. Okay, we're here now. Inventory, journal. What's going on in here? Not sure what to do next. Use this menu to check up on quest details. Cleared. Quest tree. Okay. Oh. Oh, it can branch different ways? Whoa. What was that exclamation mark over there?
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the song.
Is there a way to turn down the fucking skateboard sounds?
I called you a strange name. CLG, I think. What exactly does that mean?
Clever little girl. That's what it stands for, at least. It's nice that he made up his own nickname for me and all, but it sounds kind of weird. I wish he'd call me something normal, like just Patricia or Patty, you know?
Patty? Now that name's got a ring to it. I like it. How about Zach and I call you Patty from here on out?
Do whatever you like. Weirdo. You're heading to the warehouse, right? You gonna go straight there?
Well, I'm not sure yet. I'll have to talk to Zach. We're also on a mission to fell 10 maidens, you see. I'm eager to visit Alexis's diner in Lane, but we've only just arrived in this town, so it might be nice to stroll around a bit.
What? I thought you came here to investigate.
Patty, you're still just a child. Why do you worry so much? We're born to be free, and this is America, land of the free. You should always feel free to do whatever you want. Isn't that right, Zach?
Maybe I shouldn't have come with you. I'm getting kind of nervous now.
Okay, let me see if I can find the options for this. Okay, not here. Here? TV? That data? Maybe? No? Switch. Config. Option. Sound effects. Okay. Character. Wait, didn't I have character names on? Why would they be off now? Okay. Alright. Gotta find me one of these side quests.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was
Are there
built
wolves in the
swamp,
park?
so
What the
the
fuck?
ground is soft.
Oh fuck! Oh god! Go!
So, what do you think of him? Yes, I'm talking about him. Unga. Is the skeletal gentleman friend or foe? Or does he merely exist outside the realms of either? Still too early to tell. But it's clear that he'll be the key to uncovering this case's mysteries. That's what my soul tells me. By the way, Zach, Ungan feels very familiar to me. You might even say he reminds me of someone. Yes, I think I see the connection now. A cheerful, wise, yet also mysterious African-American who appeared in a variety of different films. My mind must be overlapping him with the skeletal gentleman. Do you remember his name? yes, that's it. Scatman Crothers. In 1980, he played Dick Halloran in The Shining. And in 1983, he was in The Twilight.
Oh no! Maybe we'll hear it later.
Patty, is something wrong?
I got something to say. When I first met you in the hotel parking lot, you mentioned Saint Rouge, right? If you want to find it, maybe you should track down Professor R.
Professor R.
Yeah, Professor R owns the jazz bar on the other side of the bayou.
How do you know that?
Because.
Because, huh? Interesting.
Alexis has been unlocked. Owl's Nest has been unlocked. What? Oh, please give me the frames back just for a minute so I can stave off this nausea. Hey, this is alright. I like this. Back in the year 2005 with our nice 30 FPS. Ooh boy. Let me save too. Special sale for Sunburn customers only. Oh, what? Oh, man. Hold on. I'll be back. How long do you think it takes to get us? Oh, God, I fucked up. It's going to take forever to fucking load this. I gotta go back and get some tanning oil. What is this balloon for? I hope this is like a fast travel system later. Or something.
One lollipop? 2 lollipops? 3 lollipops? Don't mind me, Zach. This is how I wake myself up. One lollipop.
Why would you repeat it? So I wake up. Oh. I'm a little sad you can't do anything on the skateboard except move forward and try to stop.
Very good, sir. Please, come right this way.
Alright. Already got a Coke. Suntan lotion. Okay. Maybe I should get some mint gum. Let me get some extra suntan lotion. Okay.
Serving you is my greatest pleasure, sir. Please do let me know if there is any other way for me to assist you.
Can I move the leaves or anything on the screen? No. I guess not. See you, Stag Runner. Have a good one. Did the game freeze? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know if the game's confused about how you get a sunburn or not. But I think this might be the right way to do it. A must-have for those who want the perfect tan. Makes it easier to tan for a while. Okay, hopefully I tan real well in my suit. I want to go see whatever that is on the other side of the park.
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the Sang Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what that means. We've got a hot hand, and Lady Luck's given us far more favor than she...
It stops the dialogue if you bump anything. What's in the mail, though? Got some string. Okay, cool. It looked like there was something here, but I guess not. They pop in from like 10 feet away. No! Uh-oh. Okay. Alright. Can't do that. $6. Oh, there's something over there too. Hold on. Oh, it's just a freaking phone. Oh, there's stamina. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! Hello? Okay. Guess not. Long quality cloth. Is there a fucking crafting system in this game?
Looks like a case of bad timing, Zach. Let's come back later.
But what time is this house open? Guess later.
Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the Sang Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what that means. We've got a hot hand, and Lady Luck's given us farm...
Fuck! What are you doing standing in this yard?
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the Sang Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what that means. We've got a hot hand, and Lady Luck's given us far more favor than she ever has before. We just happened to hear news about Lisa's murder while sitting in a bar during our vacation in New Orleans. That's...
This is for me? Oh no, that's just a toolbox. Visions. You can use visions to acquire important hints that will help you proceed through the game. Hold L to use visions. Using a vision will deplete your concentration. Okay. Do you want me to use it now? Right now? At this point in time? Am I just seeing with my eyes at the things that I could see before? Oh, I guess it marks them on my map too. Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do it twice. I need some more vision points. Oops. Oh, I found out how to fight. Okay, so that basically just showed me places that I could already see with my eyes. But I want to go through that trash really bad. I love York's goblin run. Start a fire in a drum to keep animals and red shadows away, effectively creating a safe zone. Camping outside may cause you to catch a cold or get chills, but not while you're in a safe zone. Okay. I better get a sleeping bag, I guess, in case I need to camp in the park.
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the San Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana.
Ooh.
You know what that means. We've got a hot hand. And Lady Luck's given us far more favor than she ever has before.
I'll let him finish
We
this
just happened to
time.
hear news about Lisa's murder while sitting in a bar during our vacation in New Orleans. That certainly wouldn't have happened if we had stayed in D.C. They would have given the case to another special agent, or maybe even to the state, and then we never would have found it. In the end, it would have been shut up in that vast, desolate evidence vault along with all the other cases, marked by nothing but a first-degree murder tag, buried in a soggy grave at the bottom of a sea of data. That would have been its fate. Instead, it traveled from person to person until it finally fell right into our lap. Things always work out that way for us. We've traveled all over the United States trying to track down San Rouge. We can't let this chance pass us by, can we, Zach? We need to find some sort of clue before this southern sun melts it all away.
Okay. Oh, yeah. This world is so ambitious and alive. Am I suntanned enough? Sunburnt enough? What happened to the music?
Ten maidens, Zach. Let's topple their hourglass figures and complete this oracle once and for all.
Oh, my Lord. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Sorry, honey, but you can't smoke in here. Since you're with Patricia, I'm guessing you're some friend of Melvin's.
He's Agent York from the FBI. This is Alexis, the owner of this restaurant. I'm helping out Agent York in his investigation. We signed a contract.
Oh, my Lord. Well, ain't that something?
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York. Everyone's always called me that.
Oh, my Lord. Well, that's got to be the strangest introduction I've ever heard. No wonder everyone in town's been talking about
That's
you.
some good animation. Damn, dude. Oh.
I want a chocolate sundae. but no cherries. I want 2 wafers instead. Don't put too many Rice Krispies on it. Oh, but don't scrimp on the chocolate syrup either.
Oh, my Lord. And what'll it be for you, honey?
Alexis, are these photos of the town?
Oh, you like my pictures? My hobby's collecting snapshots of what our town used to be like. So whenever someone gives me an old picture, I just put it up here on display. Our world these days feels a bit cold to me, you know? Just thought it'd be nice to help folks remember what it was like in the good old days.
Zach, did you hear that? The good old days. Even in a remote town that's already far behind the times, there are still people who yearn for the past.
She told me what was going on, you know.
What?
Lise, you don't need to try and hide it from me, honey. Last time she came here, she told me all about it. Some odd fella was following her around, stalking her like.
What kind of fellow?
She said he had a really tall shadow.
How tall?
As tall as an oak tree.
Did that ring any bells for you?
Sadly, it didn't. I know just about everyone in this here town, but I ain't never seen a man who stands that tall. Maybe it really was an oak tree and she just mistook it for someone. Sometimes the silhouettes of them trees with lots of Spanish moss hanging down make me feel a little funny too.
I don't think so, Alexis.
Okay.
Lise said the shadow was following her, correct? That means she must have been stalked by a man as tall as an oak tree. If she had only mistaken an oak tree for a person, she wouldn't have described it that way. She might have said,
It felt like a crowd of people was staring at me.
Yes, exactly. She certainly wouldn't have talked about being followed by someone. Thank you, Patty. Zach, this data is all very intriguing, but it isn't the answer we're looking for. We came to knock down the 10 maidens, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah! Booyah! Oh, I got a turkey!
Truly mesmerizing, Zach. This is why I never tire of small-town investigations. Same goes for you, right?
Time for me to get a turkey as well. Oh, but wait.
What'll it be, honey?
Oh, can we order things
Is this
here?
place a bowling alley or a restaurant?
Oh, my Lord, what's wrong, honey? Can't tell the difference? It says restaurant right there on the outside.
How do you explain that, then?
That's so the customers can bowl while they eat. Convenient, ain't it? If you want to bowl, honey, you'll have to ask Mrs. Carpenter to open up the lane for you. But if you just want to eat, then all you need to do is call my name. Got it? Oh.
I'm
Come
good.
back anytime. You ain't gonna find any better Cajun food in all of Louisiana.
I'm gonna come back for that beignet.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, howdy, stranger. My, you're a handsome one. You came out here from the city, didn't you? I can always spot you city folk from a mile away.
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Would you mind calling me York, ma'am?
Oh, so you are from the FBI. I thought as much. So sophisticated. Well, my horoscope in the paper today told me I'd be meeting someone new. And those horoscopes never miss. They're the real deal. Well, one even predicted when I'd bowl my first perfect game. Oh, no. Oh, Could you stand a bit closer to me? Whew, that was a close one. If you move any further that way, you'll cast a shadow over the lane. Well, the sheriff did that once, and something horrible happened. The next time I bowled, I got a gutter ball. First time in 12 years. I was mortified. And I am going to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. In our world, some routines lead to good things, while others only lead to the bad. So, you mustn't ever cast a shadow over the lane. Is that understood?
It's her routine, Zach. Understand? Just like us and coffee. Incidentally, ma'am, would you mind letting me use this lane too? I'm investigating the Lise Clarkson murder case. And I need to topple 10 maidens, no matter what it takes.
No, absolutely not. Not even the FBI can take my lane from me. I haven't given it up once ever since my husband passed away over a decade ago.
Oh, okay.
I'll never break my promise to him.
But
now,
I guess
if
we'll play
you'll
when she
excuse
dies.
Ooh, you like that? That's what I'm talking about. Who's your mama?
Zach, it looks like negotiations have failed. Now I'm afraid we have no choice but to force her to let us use her bowling lane.
Oh.
Yes, I know. I won't do anything illegal.
Find a way to get Miss Carpenter to let you use the bowling lane. Oh God! No, don't do. My money. My money.
Excuse me, Mrs. Carpenter.
Stop! Not now! Can't you see I'm already in my bowling stance? What, are you blind?
What the fuck was that?
Holy mother of bowling balls, let me pick up this split. Holy mother of bowling balls, let me pick up this split.
Then he...
That stance, always works on a split. Oh, yeah, never fails.
Zach, our new friend, appears to be a very superstitious lady. We should try and utilize this trait of hers in order to gain access to the lane for a bit. That was an amazing shot, Mrs. Carpenter. In fact, it may have been the most amazing shot I've ever seen. Speaking of which, where did you happen to find all those neat little items? The ones you used to help you bowl that split just now.
Ooh, you got a keen eye there, Mr. Special Agent. Taking a liking to my collection, have you?
Oh, yes. A great liking.
I buy all my charms and power stones from Erzuli Frida.
Erzuli Frida.
Yes, it's a mystical establishment run by the Mirror.
The Mirror?
If you're interested, I can mark it on your map for you.
All right, we gotta go buy
Zach, this is it.
a new J.O.
There's
crystal
Zuli
for
Frida.
Mrs. Carpenter.
There must be a treasure trove of dubious trinkets on sale there. We may even be able to find something capable of changing her mind. It really feels like we're in the deep south now, doesn't it?
Yeah. I just want a bowl. Alright, I'll be back, I guess. Am I allowed to use my skateboard inside? No. $200 gone. $20 suntan lotions. That's like 30 donuts. What happens if you run out of money? I guess you gotta live by the trash can. I gotta get me a sleeping bag just for when that happens.
I thought you came here to bowl.
Yes, I did.
Then why are you leaving? You gave up on trying to convince Mrs. Carpenter to let you play?
No, Patty, neither Zach nor I have given up on anything. We're just going to stop by Zuli Frida.
Zuli Frida? What do you want with that place?
What do you know about it, Patty?
It's a dumb store that sells stupid voodoo charms and even stupider souvenirs. No one who actually lives here would ever be caught dead there. Daddy even told me to steer clear of it.
And why is that?
'Cause they sell guns?
Oh.
You mean Zuli Frida is a gun shop?
It's kinda like a gun shop and a voodoo shop had a baby.
A voodoo shop? Thank you, Patty. You just helped me make up my mind. We're going to use the power of voodoo to help us steal the right to use that lane.
If we look at the ground, the frames are pretty okay. Well, maybe not even. Don't worry, it's gonna get worse.
One lollipop? 2 lollipops? 3 lollipops? Don't mind me, Zach. This is how I wake myself up.
Whoa, what's that?
Zach, you're a coffee person.
Tight spaces. Sometimes you'll come across hidden passages in areas that cannot be entered through normal means. However, whenever you find a suspicious area, you should try looking at it from a different perspective. In other words, pressing the left analog stick and crouching. Okay. We did it. We got on the other side of the fence. All right. Back to what I was doing, I guess.
This is the deep south. I feel it every time that molten hot
Whoa.
sun pours down.
Whoa! What happened?
Zach, you're a coffee person, right? So, what do you think of him? Yes, I'm talking about him. Ungar. Is the skeletal gentleman friend or foe? Or does he merely exist outside the realms of either?
Why does the
Still too
dialogue
early
always
to
start
tell,
when I'm at
but
the
it's
location?
clear that he'll be the key to uncovering this case's mysteries. That's what my soul tells me.
Oh.
By the way, Zach, Hungan feels very familiar to me. You might even say he reminds me of someone. Yes, I think I see the connection now. A cheerful, wise, yet also mysterious African-American who appeared in a variety of different films. My mind must be overlapping him with the skeletal gentleman. Do you remember his name? Ah, yes, that's it. Scatman Crothers. In 1980, he played Dick Halloran in The Shining. And in 1983, he was in The Twilight Zone. He played the man who invited all those elderly folks into a strange new world. I knew it, Zach. There's definitely a connection here, but he's a bit too old. Scatman's more of a sage character. Our skeletal gentleman is a little younger, isn't he? Yes. They have different body types, but what about Forrest Whitaker? He made his debut in 1982 in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Then he was in Platoon and The Color of Money, both released in 1986, followed by Good Morning Vietnam in 1987. Oh, and he was in Bird in 1988. What an impressive filmography. Across the 80s, he transformed his rough, young image into a more cheerful, wiser one. That's why the 80s can also be described as the decade that built up Forrest Whitaker's career. I firmly believe that he'll win an Academy Award for Best Actor someday. Yes, I'm sure it's right around the corner. He'll most likely wait until the time is ripe. Maybe around next year, then he'll unleash his best performance yet. Zach, I could go on about famous actors forever, but we have a case to solve here. Let's table this discussion for now.
Sorry, I gotta wait for it to end, or it's just gonna replay the next time we get on the skateboard.
A voodoo shop. It's a voodoo shop.
Just looks like a dumb souvenir shop to me.
Shut up, Patty.
Of course it does, Patty. You're much too young to understand the true value of such a place.
Hope I don't need any money. This game came out today, 2 hours and 31 minutes ago. Oh! Hope I can afford guns.
This is all kid stuff.
The guns?
It's just a bunch of charms.
Charms. And guns?
I'm allowed to watch TV and go on the internet, but I ain't allowed in here? My daddy makes no sense sometimes. You agree, right, Agent York? This is all just kid stuff.
Look at this, Zach. All the mysticism of the Deep South gathered up into one quaint little shop. This is 100 times more exciting than the FBI evidence vault. It's a vast treasure chest. So much to study, so much to learn.
Can I talk to this guy? Nope. Oops, sorry. Hello,
Thou
T2.
art a seeker, and I see the object of thy desire. Doth this be what thou seekest?
Oh, fuck, that's it.
I could sell it to thee now, and only now. Surely fortune shall not bless thee with another chance. Purchase this, and know that thy wishes shall be granted.
That's crazy. Even I can tell you're getting cheated, Agent York.
Yeah, it hasn't even said the price
I
yet.
disagree, Patty. This person can be trusted. I've been studying people for quite a while, so I can tell. That figurine is connected to our future.
My price is true. What say thee?
How much? $30? Give me 2.
I'll buy it.
Thou art a man of refined taste. I am loath to part with it, but 'twould be a fool's errand to keep it from such a keen-eyed soul.
What's wrong with you? No normal person would ever buy a piece of junk like that. Not even at a garage sale.
Marvelous, isn't it, Zach? What a treasure. I can't wait to use it.
Use it? Where? How?
Isn't it obvious, Patty? I'm going to put it in front of Mrs. Carpenter's house.
In front of her house?
Yes. I'm sure this figurine will stop her right in her tracks. And that'll give us a chance to finally topple the 10 maidens.
Are you serious?
Of course I am. And so is Zach. Aren't you?
I'm seriously wondering if I should quit helping you out with this.
Place the alligator figurine in front of Miss Carpenter's house while she's home. Oh, wait, I didn't get the time. Oh, well. Oh, create voodoo charms? Okay. Charms.
Verily, much shall serve thee well here.
Charms can help you out in various ways. Necklaces boost bullets, elemental effects. Dolls boost physical abilities. Incense boost skateboard abilities. Talisman boost your performance in minigames. Oh, dude, I want some incense. You can enhance your charms. You can expand your altar so that you can equip more charms at once. Creating, enhancing, and expanding will cost you materials and money. Oh, alright. The fuck? I want to create a charm that boosts my skateboarding abilities. Oh, I want the clown doll. Never mind. I need some catfish whiskers and killer bee stingers. Oh, there's so many. This boosts my BO. Beard. Oh, beard doll. A fap doll. Cool. Which one boosts? None of these boost my skateboarding ability. Why are you lying to me? I gotta go.
I can see it. Thy return is imminent, if thou hath discovered the very purpose of my emporium, that is.
Okay. I'll be back after I beat up some bees.
Whoa.
That was close.
Whoa.
Well, look at you, all standing there like you're expecting me to apologize. Huh, it's your fault for not paying attention. What?
Got a moment?
Can't say I do. I'm in a hurry here.
I won't take up too much of your time. I'd just like to ask you a few questions.
I said I'm in a hurry, Peckerwood. Now get out of my way.
Oh.
Patty, who was that?
Kalina Clarkson. PJ Clarkson's second daughter, and Lisa's mother.
Zach, we've found ourselves a Clarkson.
No, she's not here. My dolly. She's not here. My dolly isn't here.
One of the key persons in this case just came out of the woodwork to meet us. Now things are really getting interesting. Isn't that right, Zach?
My dolly's missing. My sweet little dolly. Okay.
Mihalama.
All items in our world can't be split into two categories: the valuable and that which lacks value. I am a special human with the power to discern such. Among these items, once joined, the 5 colored beads shall rise beyond any dream. 5 colored beads. First, the blue bead. Its name, ocean, nay, the deep ocean bead. As blue as the deep blue sea itself. Second, the red bead. The name, blood, nay, the saint's blood bead. A bead as crimson as the blood of a proud saint. Third, the green bead. Okay, come on. What's the name of the green bead? Tis known as the young leaf bead. Yes, the young leaf bead. As green as new budding leaves. Next comes white. White, the fresh snow bead. As white and pure as a virgin. And when all beads are joined. You've only listed 4 so far. What? There are 5 special beads in total, right? Forsooth, there art 5. But you only listed 4. Deep Ocean Bead, Saint's Blood Bead, Young Leaf Bead, and Fresh Snow Bead. Didst I not also list the Abyssal Bayou Bead? A bead so black, it could suck away every last ray of light. Never heard of it before, neither me nor Zach. Thou shalt gather all 5 colored beads. Gather? Me? Forsooth. Why? Thou art a human who perceiveth true value, art thou not? Meaning, I bestowed thee with the knowledge of the 5 colored beads. Now only thou can determine thy next action. Zach, he seems to believe these 5 colored beads are special. You know what I'm gonna say? I'll always agree with your opinion. Okay. Got us a side quest. Side quest number 33. Alright. Gotta go get the beads. 100% run, yeah. Yeah, sure. I like how the loading screen lags. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's go. Finding some beads. Whoa!
So, what do you think of him? Yes, I'm talking
No,
about
why
him.
are you saying it again?
Is the skeleton gentleman friend or foe? Or does he merely exist outside the realms of evil? Still too early to tell, but it's clear that he'll be the key to uncovering this case's mysteries. That's what my soul tells me. By the way, Zach, Hungan feels very familiar to me. You might even say he reminds me of someone. Yes, I think I see the connection now. A cheerful, wise, yet also mysterious African-American who appeared in a variety of different films. My mind must be overlapping him with the skeleton gentleman. Do you remember his name? Ah, yes, that's it. Scatman Crothers. In 1980, He played Dick Halloran in The Shining, and in 1983 he was in The Twilight Zone. He played the man who invited all those elderly folks into a strange new world. I knew it, Zach. There's definitely a connection here. But he's a bit too old. Scatman's more of a sage character. Our skeletal gentleman is a little younger, isn't he? Yes. They have different body types, but what about Forrest Whitaker?
I might have gotten off the skateboard too soon. Or maybe it just doesn't matter.
He was in Platoon and The Color of Money, both released in 1986, followed by Good Morning Vietnam in 1987. Oh, and he was in Bird in 1988. What an impressive filmography. Across the 80s, he transformed his rough, young image into a more cheerful, wiser one. That's why the 80s can also be described as the decade that built up Forrest Whitaker's career. I firmly believe that he'll win. Bad timing, Zach. We need to place the figurine in front of her house when she's home. Otherwise, it'll be useless.
Why would it be useless?
Let's come back later.
Okay.
Bad timing, Zach.
No. It's fine. Can I do the skateboarding stuff yet?
Looks like a case of bad... Let's come back.
Okay, guess not. I love how the skateboard just like folds out from his foot. What are these red spots? Oh! Hey, there's a squirrel. That I'm gonna fight. Fuck you, squirrel! Oh no, he took my mint gum! But I fucking slugged him.
Okay, Patty.
Okay, I got it.
I'm going to try asking you that question again. What do you do?
A rare kill.
So you clearly love TV shows, but what about movies?
Movies? We don't even have a movie theater around here. So I can...
Oh good, picking up an item interrupts dialogue. I'm gonna make back that $200 in no time. It's very scary how they like T-pose up to me. Oh, fuck you. No! How do you take it from me?
Patty, this town is so peaceful.
Where'd it go? Well, that's gone, I guess. Oh, you're right, my vision. It's I probably walked away too far. Yep, this is it. This is the fun. Got some beads. Cool. Oh, there's a big, huge X back here. And the dangerous wolf forest. Lizard skin. Low quality beads and plates. What are you talking about? We're at least hitting double digits in the frames per second. Oh, there's a bunch of things to kill.
The streets in New Orleans were a mess, all busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was built on a swamp, so the ground is soft. All it takes is some heavy rain to cave it all in. There were also a lot of places where large tree roots were pushing up parts of the asphalt and the sidewalk. Those bumps were dangerous even when we still had our car, remember? But this town is different. The streets are all paved so cleanly that we can skate along them without a care in the world. And there's hardly any trash or graffiti to be found anywhere. The Clarksons truly do control this place, for better or worse. It's a good example of how allowing certain people to rise to power can have positive effects as well. Also, don't you find that Southern people are remarkably friendly, even to total strangers? Both here and in New Orleans, I've been amazed at how cordial everyone is. Is it just the way things are down here? You certainly don't see that sort of thing in New York or D.C. They never stop to chit-chat, especially when ordering food. They only say what's necessary, without any decoration. A customer only makes eye contact with the waiter about once every 3 times they interact. But that's just how it is. Isn't that right, Zach? The human relationships here are as fluid as an inorganic mechanism running on the smoothest, purest oil there is. And it feels strangely comfortable. After spending time in New Orleans and coming here, I think I'm starting to like the Southern disposition. They even have their own breed of bizarre crimes. And besides, the New Orleans area is famous for its paranormal culture. I'm sure it'll entertain us somehow. It's still a bit of a ways off, but perhaps we can also do a little case study for our post-retirement plan. What, you still think it's too early for that? I wouldn't say so.
Oh my God, York.
It's never too early to be prepared. Come on, I know you're with me on this one, Zach.
Oh, it's over. Okay. I feel like in the first game, you could stop a conversation, right? Or did it start over from the beginning? Because when you got out of the car, he's like, oh, let's continue this conversation later. Zach? I'm afraid to fight all these squirrels at once. I'm going to lose everything. Okay.
Hey, Patty.
What, Agent York?
Nothing. Just felt like saying that.
Okay. Oh yeah, let me check this mailbox. Yeah, they're attacking me. I wouldn't just kill a squirrel, right? Oh!
It's a beautiful day.
Really? Seems kinda normal to me.
Now that you mention it, yes, it is a normal day. I just felt like saying that.
What? You know, sometimes you really get on my nerves.
So far, I haven't really done much yet. I punched some squirrels. I've skateboarded around. And we did some talking. I guess that's what I expected to do.
Yes, I know. I know what you're about.
So yeah?
But that's why we're here. To protect this peace. Isn't that right, Zach?
Let's go to the sheriff's department while we're here. Oh yeah, I did punch an old lady twice and lost $200. So there was that. That was kind of fun. Hey, this is nice. Anything going on in here? And just a bunch of people T-posing around. Bulletin board. Oh, free quests at the bulletin board. Complete them to earn cash and items. Oh boy, I can't wait to kill some squirrels. Kill a dog. Defeat a UFO. Steal things from post boxes. How about you say UFO? I'll take that one. I'll take this one. Fight a squirrel. Fight a dog too. Okay, not much going on down here yet. Yeah, dang it, I was killing the squirrels for nothing. Oh, that's just the toolbox. Oh, let's save. I'm not sure why he runs like that. What? Oh, okay. Alright, let me find a squirrel and a UFO. Are these like specific places on the map to go to? Hold on, let me pull up the map. No, it's just wherever, I guess. Which way is Clarkson Delivery? That's where we want to go. Hey, I got some money for existing. No! What are you talking about? This looks great.
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the San Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what that means. We've got a hot hand.
If you squint, you can barely tell. Oh, never mind. This is the same freaking vending machine. Remember that? That was from the first game. Maybe eventually it'll get a PC port. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's nice that Nintendo would publish it, right? That's cool. Wait, no, this was published by Rising Fun Games or something. Rising Star Games, that's the one.
Mr. York, that was mighty quick. The special agent does it again. You sure don't waste any time. I bet my CLG's got a lot to learn from you.
I love
By
how
the
they
way,
just
Mr.
snapped it in
York,
place.
looks to me like you aren't packing anything.
Fuck you too.
I was on vacation in New Orleans before I happened to stop by here.
Well, shoot, that won't do. Here, I got something I think you'll like.
Oh, do you bring me a gun? Oh, it's purple too.
I call him Mr. Alligator.
I love him.
Badass, ain't he? It's a tranquilizer gun for the gators.
Oh, okay. A non-lethal gun made for self-defense. It can only fire rubber bullets, but you just said it was a tranquilizer. Oh, okay. Well.
And here's a radio. With this, you won't have to worry about any expensive roaming fees. Might take you a while to get used to him, but you'll get it.
I'll figure out gun. Thank you.
Try letting them rip a few times. Ain't no need to hold back out here.
Use Mr. Alligator, the self-defense gun you got from Melvin. Immediately it shows me shooting a dog. Mr. Alligator is a gun that fires non-lethal rubber bullets. You can purchase more rubber bullets at shops. ZL. ZR. Reload. Okay. Oh man, that feels good. I like how it takes like a half second for the bullet to travel.
Now this is an intriguing weapon. For a tranquilizer gun, it really packs a punch. But I'm afraid I'll decline. After all, this town is peaceful, isn't it?
Well, sure it's peaceful. At least the humans are. But the animals are a different story. Remember what I named it? There are some real mean-ass gators out there in the swamps. And every now and then, they wander into town. One of them even went and ate a kid once. It happened a long time ago, but still. One chomp's all it takes. They swallow down every last bit of you. Poor kid's parents didn't even know what to put in his coffin. The worst part is, that taught the gators just how tasty we humans are. So now, those suckers just attack on sight. Man-eating crocodiles will feast tonight. In Blood Swamp!
You know he's fibbing, right? Gators don't attack folks. I never heard about no kid getting swallowed by a gator.
I just got attacked by like 20 squirrels.
Actually, Patricia, you're wrong.
Yeah, Patricia, shut up.
I'm what?
Alligators do attack people, and it could happen in any town.
Huh?
Alligator, 1980. Directed by Louis Teague. It takes place in the Midwest, I believe. A teenage girl's pet alligator gets flushed down the toilet. Then, in the sewer, it feeds on the corpses of dogs that were used as test subjects for an experimental growth formula. After growing over 30 feet, it finally starts to go after humans. It's an extremely edifying movie. Back when I first saw it, I had a pet hamster.
Hey, Agent York. What's your first order of business? You're in charge now, remember?
Well said, Patricia. I nearly lost sight of my true goal. Melvin, I couldn't help but notice the name on the side of that truck. This facility is connected to the victim, isn't it?
Oh, right. Yeah. I reckon I better start from there. I'm gonna tell it to you straight right from the beginning, Mr. York. As you guessed, this warehouse is run by the Clarksons. The victim's father, Danny Clarkson, is the one who manages the whole place. Okay, but why did he choose to store her body in his own warehouse, right? Well, that's because there ain't no other place to store it. Our town has a clinic inside a church, but no more.
Nobody's died yet. Whoa.
Whenever someone kicks the bucket, we just bury him in the graveyard right outside of town.
Okay.
But not this time. We got a murder on our hands this time. We need to give Lisa's body an autopsy and keep it stored, right? So we had no choice but to rent out a corner of this warehouse.
I see. So that's what led to the ingenious choice to store the victim's body in a facility that her family owns.
Anywho, this is where the real story begins. Truth is, a few days before you got here, Lisa's body went missing.
Missing?
Yeah. All of a sudden, poof.
Oh. You should probably have said something about that.
Did you leave the warehouse unlocked?
I most certainly did not. I locked the whole place up and made sure no one could get inside. No one stole the original key, and I couldn't find any fingerprints at the scene.
So, in other words, this is a locked room mystery.
The body of a beautiful young girl walks at mid... Hey! All right, CLG. Reckon I should have told you about this earlier when you first said you wanted to come here. It just didn't seem like the time or place as I remember. Anywho, how about we call it a day and head back to my office? You can go through all the files there.
But
no, thank you. This is what I came to investigate.
But Lisa's body isn't here anymore. You sure?
That doesn't bother me one bit, Melvin. You see, I met a skeletal gentleman on my way here, and he was kind enough to give me an oracle.
Okay. Just not even gonna say anything about it. All right. So far, this game is exactly what I expected. I mean, the outdoor segments definitely suck moving around, but after a minute, you kind of get used to it. You just kind of stop seeing so many frames, you know? Just turn off a little bit of your brain, I guess. The loading screens, though. Oh, there's a lot, and they last a long time, and you go inside and outside so often.
You holding up okay, CLG? Sure you don't want to wait outside?
Ooh, I'll be fine, Daddy. Just make sure you don't take your eyes off of him. He's so selfish and inconsiderate. I'm still not convinced he's actually a real FBI agent. Look, he's talking to himself again.
Zach, this is the ambiguous zero, the deep freeze.
It's got what you expect, though. It's got a great cast so far.
Let's hurry up and find that flying serpent, shall we?
It's just got some quality issues. Head to the morgue. Okay. Didn't add those to my map? Oh, nope, there's only this one anyways. Alligator gar scale. Okay. What about this guy that's just standing here? Can we talk to him? Nope. What is that? That's your Witcher vision? That lets you see the things?
This place always gives me goosebumps, no matter how many times I come here.
Yes, it's quite the funhouse. Truly a dazzling place. Meet entertainment. That's the only way to describe it. Woven together by life, frozen in time, a visceral, musical...
Symphony. We eat all this in order to survive.
Yes, truly a symphony. Life and death, resonating together.
Yeah, it's really cool.
What the fuck is even going on?
Cool? Whoa now, CLG. Since when were you interested in this kind of stuff?
What are you so surprised for, Daddy? I'm more mature than you are. I've seen way more realistic corpses on CSI, you know.
Whoa.
Oh, man.
At first, Zach, I was shocked by the notion of storing a victim's body alongside food. But as I gaze upon this hanging garden, I realize it's just another scene of violent, depraved murder.
Whoa.
Yes. All we need to do is change our point of view, and things will expose themselves in utterly new ways.
Did you take away all my points? Can I not see those anymore? I guess there was none over here anyways. Okay, can't look in there. Can I use the forklift? A bullfrog tongue.
Melvin, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you a personal question. In the hotel parking lot when I first met you, the picture you had on your dashboard happened to catch my eye. Was that your wife?
Oh, her? Yeah, that's my lady, all right. Candy. Her name's Candy. The prettiest girl in town, which makes me the happiest boy. A shooting star landed in a rural town, right on top of a man who now has a meteor struck hard.
You always keep her photo with you?
You bet I do. The truth is, Candy's a little sick right now. She can't even leave the house no more. So I always keep her photograph with me. Kinda feels like we're always together, you know?
I see. You care for your wife a great deal. But this means that...
Yeah, that's right. My mama had me before she married Daddy. But it don't matter. He's still my real daddy to me.
Oh, thank you, CLG.
Let us pivot to look at each other.
And you're my pride and joy.
Well, Zach, isn't this a heartwarming scene? But there's one thing I just can't get out of my mind. Don't you think that photograph looked a bit too old? Perhaps Candy is already... No, let's not think about that. It might be a private matter, just like you, Zach.
No, not over there either. Okay.
We're almost to the morgue. The temporary one, at least.
You don't need to keep correcting yourself, Melvin.
I know, but I'm starting to feel guilty all of a sudden. You know, from an ethical perspective, it just ain't right to store a teenage girl's body in a place like this.
Still, rephrasing your sentences won't fix anything at this point. It's a shallow concern, really.
Yeah, I know. But shoot, I just felt like the least I could do is try to phrase it better.
Whew. Don't bother trying to convince him, Daddy. I've only been working with him for a little while, but I already figured out what his deal is. He ain't right in the head. Whew. The FBI should add a new requirement to their hiring process. Must possess humanity.
What the fuck? Am I running out of save slots? They keep shrinking. Alright, where's the rest of these bullfrog tongues? I think that might be evidence. Oh, nope, don't do that. Okay, there's a lot of stuff back there at least. Shoot, no. I've already lost so much money. Sorry, I don't trust my special eyes. Okay. Now what? Okay. Oh, I can move this. I think? No? Maybe later.
Here we are, Zach. The morgue. They stored the victim's body in a cold storage warehouse operated by her family. I'd love to shake the hand of whoever came up with that one.
Hey, Agent York. Did you just come here to laugh at rural officers who are doing the best they can? We don't have any special facilities like you people. What else did you expect us to do, huh? Don't compare us with city folk. This is CARRE.
Okay.
Or maybe you're just disappointed that you didn't get to see the bloated, decomposing corpse of a young girl.
Sorry, you're right. I went a bit too far just now. But don't misunderstand. I honestly think it's a fantastic idea. I'd never try and bully your daddy.
Better not.
Thank you for understanding.
Search the morgue for clues. Whoa, those are some big fucking feet. Fucking Sasquatch solar.
Zach, these are human footprints. And they're extremely large. Yes, Zach, I agree. These footprints must belong to someone who's used to walking around in cold temperatures.
Oh, okay. I guess. Alright, will holding L here do anything for me? Don't think so.
An icicle. Never thought I'd see one of these down in the South. These pallets are a mess. Looks like this area isn't used often. Still, the idea to store a body here. It's a novel, sophisticated idea, unlike anything I'd ever come up with. Boxes of the past, or presents of the future. Either way, this is a curious time capsule. Forgotten boxes. Looks like shelled headless shrimp. When were these boxes brought here? And when will they be taken away? Zach, can you feel it? The perpetual, unstoppable flow of time.
I feel it now.
Boxes that got left behind. I can't tell what's inside. What do you think, Zach? I'm gonna go with okra. Yeah, okra. I'm sure it must be okra. That's a staple of the South. Look at the thermometer, Zach. It's at 10 degrees Fahrenheit or a minus 12.2 degrees Celsius. This must not be the ambiguous zero.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess, maybe, huh?
Zach, can you see that? Look closely. That's right. There are 4 imprints in the frost on the top of this. It's hard to believe, but I think these are fingerprints. Yes, Zach, that would lead one to believe that the body napper is a giant who's over 10 feet tall.
Alright, seems...
This frost is shaped like something we're very used to seeing. That's right, a body bag. Lisa's body must have been left here. But there are no signs that the bag was dragged away. So our criminal must possess monstrous strength. Seems like our flying serpent isn't here. Is this everything, Melvin? There aren't any other rooms in this warehouse? No special rooms?
Well, there is the luxury foods warehouse.
Luxury foods? Why didn't you say so earlier?
Just thought you wanted to see where the body... I just thought you were only interested in warehouse number 2. Besides, it's underground, so it's even colder than this. You sure you really want to go down there? You could darn well freeze to death. All life will come to an end in the icebound zone. You feel me?
Let's head there at once. I'm sure that must be where we're meant to go.
But what about searching for Lisa's body?
All we need to do is find a 10-foot tall man with monstrous strength. That giant knows where she is.
10 foot tall?
But finding the flying serpent is more important right now. Now please, guide me to the luxury foods warehouse at once. These luxury foods are most likely being used in local Cajun cuisine. I'm so excited to see what we'll find. Aren't you, Zach?
Yeah. Alright, what's next? The flying serpent must be lurking in the luxury foods warehouse.
A 10-foot tall giant? All right. Now that one's gotta be a joke. Right, Mr. York?
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just find it myself then.
That elevator needs a key, Mr. York.
Do you have one?
Actually, no. I didn't think you'd ever want to go down there. So I didn't bother to go and get one.
Okay.
Well then, would you go and get one now?
Yeah. COG, I know. I'll tell it to him straight. Thing is, Mr. York, you know the Clarksons? The folks who own this place, well, they don't too much like the police. And they sure as hell don't like them when they're my color. It was, real hard for me to get permission to open up this place for you to search through. So they ain't gonna be too happy if I go back to them now, asking for another key.
What should we do then?
Let's just find a worker here who can lower the elevator for us instead. All they need to do is take a break from their work for a couple minutes.
And what am I supposed to do? Just stand here and pretend like nothing's happening?
Yeah, you FBI folks are good at that, right? That's always what I see you doing on TV.
Whoa, I swear you're tackling all the issues.
The elevator won't move without a key, Mr. York. Think you two can go and figure something? I'll search around here in the meantime. I believe in you. I know they didn't make you a special agent for...
Okay, I'm going.
Zach, better check back here as well, just to be on the safe side.
Okay. Can I let go now? Hello, sir. Can you help me? Nope, guess not. Okay. Fuck. Okay, stop. Oh shit. I just realized. This is gameplay. What's happening? Is there something? Oh, this is the place that I got to before. Alright, all makes sense now.
Zach, the human ability to adapt is a frightening thing. Some humans have the power to sleep anywhere as long as they set their minds to it.
Oh, okay. We'll just take it.
Now we should be able to operate the elevator. No need to worry. This facility no longer has a body to steal. What else do they have to lose? A few cans of crawfish? I feel bad for him, but it's for the sake of the investigation. I'll write him a letter of apology later.
Mr. York, did you find a key? Ha! Now that's my special agent. There ain't no stopping you. Want to head straight down?
You bet. Let's sally forth, Melvin.
I should have saved.
Zach, look at that thermometer. 0 degrees Fahrenheit. or minus 17.7 degrees Celsius. This is the ambiguous zero.
Hey, Avery! Can you hear me? Open the damn door, Avery! It ain't no use, Mr. York. Once Avery starts working on something, that's all he sees. He just tunes out everything else. We'll have to wait until he finishes and comes out to us, I reckon. Or we could come back tomorrow.
I disagree, Melvin. Time may be on our side, but that doesn't mean we should waste it. You gave me Mr. Alligator precisely for moments like these, didn't you?
Wait, Mr. York!
Are you
Those
suggesting...
tranquilizers may be non-lethal, but it's still dangerous to use them on humans.
Of course, Melvin. I never said I was going to shoot him.
You're gonna shoot some meat to get his attention. I'm right, ain't I?
I mean, alright, I guess we'll shoot the meat.
This is Mr. York, an agent from the FBI.
Hi, Avery.
Hello,
I'm Special
large
Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York.
York, you a smarty pants, huh?
He's shyer than he looks. Come on, just settle down, Avery. Tell him what this here place is for.
Lots of expensive food here. Yup. Mighty precious to the Clarksons, so I gotta guard it.
I see. So you're this area's keeper?
Oh, I help with the research, too. I do like research.
Research? What are you talking about?
I like the alligator head that's just rolling around in the background still.
Oh, ain't no lab. It's a warehouse. Ain't no lab.
Oh, okay.
Smarty pant scientist does the research. I ain't no smarty pants, no.
He's a bit slow in the mind, but he ain't a bad guy. Oh. Your story about the giant who carried Lisa out. Don't tell me you think it's him. I mean, it's true that he's free to come and go as he pleases in this warehouse, but...
No, as far as I can tell, he's just a bit over 6'5". The one who moved Lisa's body must be at least 10 feet tall. He's clearly too short.
Too short, huh? Well, if you ever happen to find a man who makes him look small, I'd sure like to meet him.
Lise.
Hey, cut it out!
Lise. Why?
Avery, that's not Lise.
Not Lise?
This is Melvin's daughter, and my precious assistant. Unfortunately, Elise is no longer with us.
Lise! Lise! My fault! My fault!
guess he's sort of like Lise, you know? See, the poor fella's got himself a childlike mind. You know how normal kids tease other kids in order to get attention? Well, with this big lug, sometimes folks who don't know him too well see something and end up calling the police. But I know that deep down, he's got a good heart. Hey, Mr. York, I'll keep him busy, but I'd appreciate it if you'd hurry this particular inspection along. Just holler at me if you find anything. I reckon that'll make it easier for you to go do your thing, yeah?
Melvin, I think you're finally starting to catch on.
Find the flying serpent. Okay. What happened to the alligator? I guess it's gone.
There are torn off claws and legs scattered all over the ground. I doubt they'll fly anytime soon. I can't tell which ones are from crawfish and which parts are from shrimp. How about you, Zach?
I don't think any of those are. But okay.
Cans of Holy Trinity paste. Onions, bell peppers, and celery. The absolute basics for any Cajun dish. This product combines them all into some sort of paste. Oof, people actually buy this garbage? Even the name sounds idiotic. Zach, I just made an eternal promise with myself. If I ever happen to come across any food prepared with this paste, I vow to never call it Cajun food. Personally, I'd rather have a cocktail filled with fresh ones.
Oops.
We hunt for more materials than we can eat and freeze them over long periods of time. The human race gives terror a whole new meaning.
What was it? Sorry. Yeah, oysters.
Hung alligators. I suppose in a way they sort of look like flying serpents. Oh, but that's pushing it. Remember, we're in a dark basement here. They'll never reach the sky. Avery, this box looks special.
Clarkson food, for their home.
Melvin, is this the Clarksons' family crest?
Oh, the dragonfly? Yeah, that's the Clarksons' mark, all right. Ain't no big deal, though. You can find those all over town.
Is that so?
Well, yeah. They pretty much run all of this town's major industries. Yeah, I do believe they own just about everything there is to own. So their word is law. They got the whole darn town tattooed with their dragonflies. Can't even walk a few steps without seeing one.
Zach, this dragonfly is our flying serpent. The flying serpent owns this town. They're related to Lise Clarkson, our victim. And Hungan's oracle pointed us toward their family crest. The Clarksons must be deeply intertwined with this case. Melvin, Patricia, I think I've had enough of this frozen world. Let's head back out to that merciless sun.
Whoa, it turns out the Clarksons are involved with the murder
I can't bear
of
to
their
spend
daughter.
another second down here.
Thanks, Hungan. I guess I don't get to explore down in the basement anymore. Hope I got everything. Got a lot of nice bug parts.
So, what do we do now, Mr. York?
Why doesn't Melvin get an idle animation?
Zach and I will take things from here.
Then what should I do?
Oh, there he goes.
Tend to your sick wife? I don't know. You're free to do as you please. I'll stop by the sheriff's office when I need your help again.
I suppose that's what I'll do then. It'll sure make Candy happy. But I am the sheriff of this town, so I do intend to get some work done. I know. How about I search for Lisa's body while you're busy?
Hey, that's a great idea.
Not a bad idea. Just be careful that you don't get attacked by a barefooted giant.
Hey, don't scare me like that. Why do you keep talking about that giant anyway? You really think some giant was responsible for all this?
Melvin, don't be silly. Of course I do. Just when I thought you were starting to catch on. Disappointing, to say the least.
But how can you be so sure? I want to see some proof.
Proof number 1. The footprints that led up to where Lisa's body originally was were made with bare feet. None of the prints looked similar to those of common insulated boots, and the arches of the feet were visible. The person who carried out Lisa's body must have had very large feet. I'd say they were at least 16 inches. Proof number 2. I found fingerprints on the cord of one of the hanging lights in the warehouse.
On the cord?
The fingerprints weren't aimed up from below. They were coming directly from the side. Clearly, the giant moved the light because it was in his way. He pinched the cord with his fingers. Proof number 3. There was nothing else found in the vicinity where Lisa's body was stored. This means the giant carried her out without dragging her across the floor. But there's only one set of footprints. The only conclusion I can draw from this evidence is that a barefooted giant standing over 10 feet tall carried Lisa's body out. That concludes the entirety of my proof. Any objections, Melvin?
But there ain't no way a human could ever be that tall.
Have you seen every human alive with your own eyes?
Yeah, Patricia.
Well then. You need to forget all your preconceived notions when embarking on an investigation. Whether you come face to face with a 10-foot giant or a skeletal gentleman,
all we gotta do now is get a lineup of every human being.
You always need to accept everything that comes to you with a clear mind. Do that, and eventually the truth will reveal itself to you. You're a smart kid, I'm sure you understand.
Well, I'll be damned. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Mr. FBI Special Agent, sir. A sharp eye and flawless observational skills. Uncovering the truth with a heady intuition. I won't ever question you again. Heck, I'll do whatever you say.
That's it, Melvin. I'm glad you finally caught on. Okay, time to go, Patty. You know this town well, so I'd like you to accompany me from now on.
Patty?
Yeah, let me take your daughter away on this murder investigation.
Zach, we found the flying serpent. Now we simply need to locate the 10 maidens. It's time to head on to Alexis's Diner and Lane.
Okay, well, I guess we gotta go back to the diner, but I gotta wait till it's nighttime. Oh wait, we don't gotta go to the diner. So where's the hotel at? I gotta open up the map. Casa Pineapple. I could smoke. Do I have my cigarettes with me? I have 2 Cokes. Slowly pass time. Okay. How slowly? Oh. That's slowly, huh? Okay. Well. I mean, that was a problem in the first game, so maybe this is intended.
Hey, Zach. No, nothing. Just felt like saying that.
Ooh, wait, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Okay, just naked saxophone man. Alright, see ya, I guess. Why'd they come back to that? Oh, you know what? It's to see if I can go to sleep. That's it. Should probably buy some more cigarettes too, though. If I can just save a few people from having to play this game, I guess it'll be worth it. Can I update my link? Oh my god. Yeah, I guess so.
King size, made in France. It looks soft enough to alleviate all our exhaustion. Zach, even though the Bureau is paying for this, it's still tiring to have to live out of hotel rooms day after day. Nothing beats getting a good night's sleep in your own room.
So, okay, I can. Oh, hey, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Erotic fetus. Oh, you know what? I should probably... Well, I've only worn this for like 1 day. So I think I'm good. And I bathed today, too.
Mr. Morgan, sir, how may I be of service?
Thank you, Giggles. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to talk. Are you enjoying your stay in our establishment, sir? Quite well. It's refined and elegant. Thank you very much, sir. Incidentally, Mr. Morgan, have you sampled the shower? We boast a very invigorating water pressure here at our hotel, which allows all our customers to fully enjoy the fresh, abundant water that fills our blessed region. That sounds incredible. Some states suffering from water shortages place special values on domestic pipes, you know. so that too much water doesn't spill out. This leads some people to illegally remove those valves in order to enjoy the high water pressure they can't help but crave. With that in mind, promising a high level of water pressure can be quite a boon for a hotel. Indeed, sir. I sincerely hope you get a chance to thoroughly enjoy it during your stay.
Mr. Morgan.
Just let me buy some cigarettes, dude. Wait, is the store closed?
Do give me a tinkle when...
I'll give you a tinkle.
Mr. Morgan, sir. How may I... Jolly good, sir.
I guess I can't buy anything right now.
Do give me a tinkle.
No, I want you to tinkle. Oh well, hopefully I picked the right time. Oh wow, look at the city at night. Wow, so cool.
Zach, you're a coffee person, right? No sugar, only milk. Yes, I'm completely with you on that one.
Is there a place we can go? No. Do I have a flashlight? Oh, I do.
One lollipop? 2 lollipops? 3 lollipops? Don't mind me, Zach. This is how I wake myself up.
Just some people standing in their lawn at midnight.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess.
Can I upgrade my board now?
Looks like a case of bad time.
Okay, I guess not. Is this her house? Why does she park in her yard? She has 2 driveways.
Yes. Perfect.
Oh, my dear lost lamb. What are you doing there?
Oh, this? This is all part of the Lise Clarkson murder investigation.
Something important, hmm?
Oh, yes. Very important. I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please call me York. That's what everyone calls me. But what should I call you?
I'm Tyrone Sanders, pastor of the CARRE Evangelical Church.
And what business does a pastor like yourself have in a place like this?
Well, I live over across the way there.
Oh.
Do you have an intimate relationship with Mrs. Carpenter?
Oh.
Why in the world would you suggest such a pitiful thing? Lordy, Lordy. How could I ever become intimate with one who is so devoid of faith? After she lost her husband, she stopped coming to church. All she does all day is bowl. She even pruned the shrubbery in that pitiful fashion. Yes, truly pitiful. And did you see that hideous ox of a dog she owns? Pitiful with a capital P. I tried speaking with her, but she shows no intention of changing her ways. Yes, I fear she never lends an ear when the good Lord reaches out to her. Indeed, I pity her from the bottom of my heart.
So you've been spying on her out of pity?
Spying? I'm merely awaiting the chance to lend her a helping hand. You'd best be careful, too. This town harbors much more danger than you're aware of. If you ever find yourself in need of salvation, feel free to stop by our church whenever you like. Our church also functions as a clinic. Someday, you may need our help.
Zach, did you hear that? Pitiful. Try saying that to someone in the city. They'd instantly slap you with slander or defamation charges. You'd be up to your neck in court papers. I doubt I'll tire of this town anytime soon. We should consider stopping by that church whenever we get a chance.
Oh, okay. Church is unlocked. Passing time. Oh, thanks. In this game, time is a flat circle. It always continues to pass. Passing the time may affect certain events and whether or not you can enter certain areas. If you can't wait for a facility to open up, try sleeping in a bed at a hotel, camping outside, or smoking to pass time. Oh, okay. I should buy that sleeping bag.
Looks like a case of bad timings. Let's come back later.
Okay. So does he also operate the skate shop?
This is the Deep South. I feel it every time that
How pitiful. Are you lost, little lamb?
Let's talk. I perform a church service every Sunday. How about coming down for some time and offering up your prayer to the Lord? Bye. All right, let me just go through your trash real quick. Hunger. As time passes, you'll get hunger. Wait, whoa. Eventually starts to decrease your max life when your stomach's empty. Your life will deplete. Go to restaurants or eat items to fill your stomach.
Zach, how about we
I didn't even know that bar was there.
Not even I can
When
think
did that
straight on
show
an
up?
empty stomach.
That's some bullshit. All right. Was that there? All right, let me eat my donut. Okay. I'm gonna go see your dog. High quality string from dog. Can't pet dog. I bet I could punch it though and lose money.
One lollipop, 2 lollipops, 3 lollipops. Don't mind me, Zach. This is how I wake myself up.
One lollipop, 2 lollipop. Wait, why can't I jump over him going this way? 3 lollipop.
This is the...
Oops, sorry. Aw, man. Why did it bounce back and hit her? Fuck. You're fine. Don't be a baby. Farm supply. This almost looks like a place I could go in. Huh. Oh well. Oh, thank you, Silver.
The streets in New Orleans were a mess, all busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was built on a swamp, so the ground is soft. All it takes is some heavy rain to cave it all in. There were also a lot of places where large
These 5 frames that are happening while going down this main street are
Those
so
bumps were
overwhelming.
dangerous even when we still had our car. But this town is different. The streets are all paved so cleanly that we can skate along them without a care in the world. And there's hardly any trash or graffiti to be found anywhere. The Clarksons...
For some reason, this town gives me like a Miss Popularity sort of feel. You feel it? Yeah. Hungan, you there?
Zach, here's another perfect symbol of the human condition. Hunting trophies. And it's a buffalo hunting trophy. Now that's a surprise. I've seen several trophies made out of human skin, but never a buffalo's. Looking at him brings out this strange feeling from within me. Yes, the very same feeling I got when watching a certain film from 1984, directed by Peter Hyams, 2010. The last scene in that film filled me with such a sublime, majestic feeling. It was filled with everything that was missing from the finale of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Just talking about it makes me want to watch it again. Let's watch it once we get home.
If anything, it's the Switch's fault for not being able to live up to Swery's masterpiece dream. How dare Mr. Nintendo? Oh, that's my phone to save one. I guess I'll sleep again. What time does the... we'll just go for 10. How do I know when it's dirty? Yeah, now that oh god, my poor stamina. I gotta get some food.
Very good, please.
Oh, I want this too so we can camp. Oh wait, it's cheap so it breaks easily? Never mind, fuck that. Never mind. I just want cigarettes. Wait, did I lose more money? How am I down so much money?
Serving you is my greatest pleasure, sir. Please do let me know.
Sleeping takes money. Oh. Oh. Okay. I guess I'll get the sleeping bag. Like any food? I was gonna go to the restaurant because I bought that donut and it didn't do anything for me. I'm soon gonna have to fight squirrels to get food money. Oh wait, here's a stand out here. Wonder what they sell. I bet nothing. Oh, cool. It's nothing. Oh yeah, I guess this might also progress
Sorry
the
for
game.
The wait, Patty.
Whatever.
Is Mrs. Carpenter here?
No, she hasn't come in today.
Everything's going according to plan. It's time to knock down the 10 maidens, Zach.
Can you drive cars? No, not yet. If it's a possibility. I don't think it's going to be a possibility. Well, I can't get any food, so I guess I'll bowl.
Oh my lord, y'all are back? Listen up, y'all ain't gonna believe this.
What's wrong?
Mrs. Carpenter hasn't come in. For the first time in 10 years, what could it be? I just hoping nothing bad happened to her.
She's fine. You have my guarantee.
Yeah, I've totally checked on her. She definitely didn't have a heart attack after finding the weird alligator on her doorstep.
Oh my lord. I reckon if an FBI agent like you is convinced, then I should be too.
What did I tell you, Patty? Value is a relative thing. We needed to find that figurine, no matter the cost.
It only cost $230. Oh, I guess I get my food now. Let me get some food first.
What'll it be, hun? Oh, come, you ain't. What'll it be, hun? Oh, coming right up, honey. I'll put my heart and soul into it.
Give me that shrimp and grits. I'll throw a couple of these in my pocket. Oh, I guess you can't have them to go. Or, you know, a $20 cup of coffee. That's good too.
So, what do you think of my Cajun food, honey?
No complaints here. No wonder you call this restaurant the best Louisiana's got to offer.
Oh my lord, ain't that nice of you? I'm sure glad to hear you like Cajun flavor. It's nothing like that Creole food. And I'll be damned if it isn't the best eating you'll find this side of the Mississippi.
Hold on just one moment, Alexis. I always thought that both Creole and Cajun food were staples of the South. Am I misunderstanding something?
Not at all, honey. Cajun and Creole food are both staples of the South. They both have roots in French cooking, of course. But Creole cooking just ain't my cup of tea. Sauces of France combined with cooking methods brought in from Africa, mixed in with Spanish influences and Italian-style tomato sauce. Huh, when you smush all that together, you can't even tell what it is no more. Cajun food is pure and solid. The Acadians who settled in Canada brought it here from France in the 1600s. Then the British chased them off their land and they ran all the way down here. They walked straight across America, north to south. Finally, they found a safe haven right here in southwest Louisiana. Woo, we got everything you'd ever want here. Fresh fish, wildlife, even veggies and fruit. They used their knowledge of French cooking and added some spice and herbs. Oh, and then they threw in fresh local ingredients to create what we know as Cajun cuisine.
Interesting. Now I understand what you mean about the Cajun and Creole food being completely different. But I still insist that both are shining examples of delicious local food. Roots and history aren't that important, are they?
Oh my Lord, you don't get it, do you, honey? Lately, there are shops all over the place calling themselves Cajun, Creole, or whatnot. But all they serve is a hot mess of different ingredients loaded with spices. And the tourists ain't none the wiser. I just hate feeling like folks are getting the wrong impression about Cajun food.
I get it now. According to your interpretation, Creole food is contributing to that wrong impression.
You bet it is. That's why I always make sure to teach all my customers what's what.
I was looking at that back there. It looked a little more like a little DSP back there. Oh shit, let me save. Okay, looks like I used all my save slots. Hell yeah. Oh, I stepped in the lane.
You really wanted
though.
to bowl that bad? They don't have bowling alleys in the city no more?
Wrong, Patty.
Yeah, Patty. Wrong.
I have absolutely no interest in bowling. Tossing a heavy ball at lined-up pins? Where's the fun in that? You can't even call this a sport. It's a game for cavemen.
Damn.
Nonsense. Utter nonsense.
Then can I throw the ball instead?
Yeah, you caveman.
Absolutely not, Patty. This is part of the investigation. I need to do this myself, no matter how stupid it may be.
You're the one who's stupid. Sure looks like you're having fun to me.
Yeah, me caveman. Give me those big balls. Yeah. Okay. Angle adjustment. Oh. Stance adjustment. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah.
Oh, looks like I finally earned myself a rival.
That was just a stroke of luck, Mrs. Carpenter. Despite how I may seem, I've never been any good at any of the ball-based sports that exist here on our planet.
On our planet.
Oh, no. You can't fool me. I can tell the FBI's giving you very special training. If I gave you a few lessons on top of that, I'm sure you'd be able to go semi-pro.
Semi-pro?
That's right. That's what I said.
Not pro, but semi-pro.
Yes, semi-pro. You'd never be able to go pro. You don't have what it takes. You could become a semi-pro if you tried really hard, though. Well, I guarantee it. Come back and see me when you feel like giving it a try. I'm sure my husband would forgive me if I let someone like you borrow my lane. Well, we gotta give youngsters a chance to grow. That's what we always say.
I could actually go semi-pro?
I'd take her words with a grain of salt if I were you.
Patricia, I can understand why you'd be envious of my talents, but you don't need to worry. You have your own unique talents, just like any other person. You shouldn't have to feel inferior every time you look at me.
You're unbelievable. You sure you don't need to get your head checked out?
It's so strange, Zach. I feel like I'm discovering a new side to myself.
By the way, Mr. Special Agent, you said you're investigating the Lise Clarkson incident, yes? In that case, there's something you should know. That poor girl, Lise, she was a druggie.
What?
And she was into the really bad stuff.
Red powder.
Oh, no wonder the FBI picked you. You already figured out that much.
I'm pretty sure when I heard her first, she sounded like Idia Lee, and I'm pretty sure she has the same voice actor as Morgana too. So I'm pretty sure it's her.
Well, the reason Lise turned into such a little hoodlum is because of her mother, Galena.
Galena?
Mm-hmm. A mother only in name. Oh, as far as I'm concerned, she's still nothing more than a child herself. Oh, dressing up in fancy clothes, always out on the town somewhere. Children giving birth to children. If these aren't the end times, well, I don't know what is. Oh, and they were always cooped up in that jazz bar. Galena wouldn't know proper parenting if it hit her in the tush.
Zach, the jazz bar. We first heard about it from Patricia. It must be deeply connected with this case. And the red powder. It must be San Rouge. Following the Oracle and felling the 10 maidens sure paid off, didn't it?
So, Mr. Special Agent, are you all finished here?
Yes, Mrs. Carpenter. Thanks to you, I've gotten a new lead.
Oh. Then how about you mosey on and let me get back to my bowling? I need to bowl my first game of the day or else I'm gonna get rusty. Well, what are you waiting for? Get a move on! Shoo! Shoo!
And then never bowled again. Oh, bowling's been unlocked. Oh, shoot. We can come back. I'm not going to, though. That felt horrible. Just horrible. Wait. It's gotta load in Hungen. It's taking a minute here. What's happening? I don't even gotta. Did the game crash? I don't. Well. Sorry. Had a choke. I guess that's it. I'll give it another couple seconds here, because sometimes the load screens can be like 40 seconds. Maybe it's loading something really cool. Oh no, Hunkin heard me when I said I was never gonna bowl again. One lollipop, 2 lollipop, 3 lollipop, 4 lollipop, 5 lollipop, 6 lollipop. Okay, I guess it's over. Close software. Open software. Alright, well, I get the bowl again, so hopefully I can do that first try one more time. Oh, you know what? There might be an autosave. No? There's a lot of autosaves. Alright, time to bowl again. Oh, do I gotta eat again? I guess not. I got all my stamina.
You really wanted to... They don't...
I taught you not. I.
You're the one...
Big ball. Curve. Strong. Left spin. Fuck. Try that again. Oh no. Oh, we gonna. Oh, fuck. Ah, no. Dang it. No. I'm trapped here now. Oh. Oh, it's so loud every time it hits too. That's a little bit too much spin. Oh. Alright, let's try a smaller ball. Maybe I can't handle balls that big. I like how the ball goes through his elbow. That's pretty cool. Alright, we're gonna do a real trick shot on this one, boys. Big power. And then big spin. Oh! Try again. If only I kept the big balls. That's pretty neat. No, you've done it wrong, you fool. It's still wobbling. You gotta let it finish wobbling. Fuck you. And trust my setup here. My setup sucks. Alright, we're going the other direction. Thank you, Hungan. Straight on? That's not how they work. Just get closer. Can you please put up the gutters? Okay, I'm going with a little ball. At medium strength, apparently. Just give me the rails, dude. Ah, fuck. I just had to embrace my tiny ball.
Not but you it's
in that dress. Oh,
we it in the fire. Yes.
Then well.
Okay. Wish me luck.
When the sun awakens, catch the tip of the baby bear's tail at the Force altar. At the entrance to the other world will reveal itself to you.
I don't want that.
Zack, it's another oracle.
We've made it so far
it
without
appears
bad
that we're being
combat.
guided by a mysterious power. This oracle is a simple one. The false altar. You already know what this is, right? The place where Lise Clarkson's body was first discovered. She was found under a bridge at some sort of altar as if she was being worshipped. That's what Chef David said, right? When the sun awakens refers to dawn, of course. And the tip of the baby bear's tail is the North Star. At dawn, look straight to the north from where Lisa's body was found. On the surface, this oracle may seem tricky and convoluted, but it's still mere child's play.
Oh, it was just York. I thought Hungan was here.
Zach, let's follow the oracle and head to where Lisa's body was found. I don't know what Otherworld refers to, but I'm sure we'll find out once we get there.
Oracle?
That's right, Patty. This case is a rather complicated one. So Zach and I are following oracles given to us by a skeletal gentleman in order to crack it.
Oh man, I guess we're going to the other world. Let me save. When do you think dawn happens this time of year? I guess I can just bring some cigarettes with me and not have to guess. Alright, see you, Suzaki. Have a good one. I don't know, I don't think there's any computer that could handle all these real-time squirrel infestations.
Do you read me? Over. Lucari Tiger to DC Eagle. Do you copy?
It's Daddy. Hurry up and answer.
Use the radio.
This is DC Eagle. I read you loud and clear. Over.
Look how steady his hand is. And his whole body.
Oh, good. Mr. York. I'm sure glad you picked up.
There's no point in using code names if he's just going to say my real name.
Mr. York, can you hear me? Hey, Mr. York. Oh, right. Over.
DC Eagle to Lucare Tiger. Is something wrong? Over.
Mr. York, I got something I need to tell you ASAP. Just sit tight and listen, okay? Over.
Roger, Wilco. Go right ahead. Over.
I just happened to overhear some of the Clarksons talking on another channel. Apparently, Lisa's mother's been missing since early this morning. I reckon it might be related to the case, so I wanted to let you in on it right away. Oh, over.
Lisa's mother. You're referring to Galena, the social butterfly? Over.
Another special agent slam dunk. So, you already did a little research on her, huh? That's right. The one who's gone missing is the younger of the Clarkson sisters, and our town's queen of the night. No one can slip one past me. Because I'm the ultimate FBI agent, Francis York Morgan. My proverbial hat goes off to your investigative skills, sir. Anywho, Galena used to be an actress, and she's also real pretty in the face. Draws attention wherever she goes. If you happen to spot her while you're investigating, would you let me know? Oh yeah, over. Wait. Hey, Mr. York, what do you say we cut this out, huh? Over this, over that. It all seems kind of overblown, don't you think? Besides, I reckon we're the only ones listening to this. No need to be so stiff, right?
Yes, Melvin, I agree. There's no need for us to cling to formalities.
Huh, glad to hear it. I ain't never been too good with formalities, you feel me? Well, Mr. York, if I hear any more news, I'll be sure to let you know. Good luck out there.
Daddy's such a goofball.
Patty, do you think Galena is really as beautiful as people say?
I don't know, I guess. Men just seem to like women like her for some reason.
Who's more beautiful, Galena or your mother?
What?
Candy Woods, your mother. Melvin said she was the prettiest girl in town.
How should I know? That's a stupid question.
Why is it stupid?
My mama's sick.
Zach, that was a bad move. We stepped right into a private matter without any shoes on. But these things are bound to happen. After all, I'm a special agent of the FBI. And there isn't an organization out there
Please let me
that's
go.
more well-versed in the art of infringing on people's privacy.
Can I walk now? Thank you. Let me have my little fun 10 FPS skateboarding gameplay. Hey, where the heck we going? We gotta go over there. We gotta wait till dawn anyways, so... Let me go buy some more cigarettes and go to sleep. What?
And who might you be?
I'm Raven, but around here they call me the Speed Witch.
Miss Yahoo.
You're here investigating the lease case, yeah? And instead of a car, you're using a skateboard? For real? You've already become the talk of the town, you know? Anyway, I was just wondering if you needed any help. What's your name?
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York.
Okay, Yorkie it is. I'm actually testing out a new kind of business right now. And I was hoping you'd be down to try it out, Yorkie.
What kind of business are we talking about here?
I drive my customers to wherever they want to go, and once we get there, they pay me. Now that I think about it, I reckon it ain't much different from a taxi.
Seems a bit strange to call it a new type of business, then.
Only 'cause you haven't heard the details yet. Here, let me explain. I got a feeling that in the future, cell phones are gonna get more advanced. And people are gonna be able to just order taxis from their phones whenever they need to get somewhere. So I'm thinking, hey, why don't I just start a company that instantly sends out drivers to take folks from point A to point B?
How?
I want to make it so that anyone out there can just register on my site as a driver. I'm talking normal people, not pros. Then once we get a request, we'll just send out the driver who's closest to the customer. It'll be a hell of a lot more convenient than public transportation and faster than any normal taxi company. I'm positive it'll be a big hit. And I'm gonna call it Wyvern. The logo will be a Y and a V. Cool, yeah?
That's pretty sick. All right.
Legal?
Beats me. But if I hire them all as independent contractors, I reckon it'll work out. See, that means each driver and customer will be bound by their own private agreements. My company will just provide them with a platform to hook up. Squeaky clean, right? Now, here comes the fun part. I want to help you get around while you're in our town, Yorkie. For a fee, of course. Keep an eye out for my balloons. Whenever you see one in town, give me a whistle and I'll be there.
Why not invite me to use your site then? Why are you out here driving around?
I'm still experimenting with this business model. My site isn't open yet, and I'm still trying to figure out what sort of fees will work best. So I decided to go find myself a customer to get a feel for how things will really go. Well, wanna ride?
Zach, that was quite the spiel, wasn't it? This seems like little more than a scheme to make some pocket change from carpooling. What's new about that? Although it will be a bit hard for us to keep investigating here for days with nothing but a skateboard. What do you think? Should we accept her offer?
Yeah, okay. Let's go. I kind of just want to go back to the hotel, though.
That's what I'm talking about.
Just drive me around the block, I guess.
Come on, get in, get in.
I like to go where we're at. Okay, bye. Okay, so we just gotta visit a wyvern balloon.
If you don't want to ride with me, I ain't gonna force you to. But if you ever change your mind, just give me a call. I'm always ready to get out on the open road.
Sure thing.
Wyvern, the new cutting-edge transportation service. We'll come to you, wherever you are. Bye now.
Whoa. I swear he's like the Kojima of hindsight. So cool. So what was I doing? Oh, I was getting some cigarettes.
Very good, please.
I don't know how long medium cigarettes last. Oh wait, sorry, I'm buying a cigarette. Oh wait, I've got a bunch already. Did I not buy? That shows my current amount, right? No, it can't be because I definitely have Cokes. What is the number then? Is that how many I get? Because that wouldn't make sense here either. What does that mean? Alright, I'll buy some medium. Inventory full, okay.
Serving you is my greatest pleasure, sir. Please do let me...
I gotta go stash some of my squirrel tails. Be right back. In storage. You know what? Maybe that might make sense. Yeah. There they are. Do these stack in your inventory? Oh, of course not. Okay. I got all kinds of cigarettes now. Let's go. Is that 2 side quests? Wait a freaking second.
Howdy, Yorkie.
Bye.
All right, well, I'll be... Howdy.
I'm in the middle of an important business meeting right now. Sorry, but you mind waiting a bit? Psst. Is this the bellboy? Is this bellboy a cutie or what?
Hey, boss. How can I be of service?
If you're tired, boss, I recommend taking a good old shower. This is the South, remember? Don't get all filthy and let the flies take over. You're a boss. You gotta make sure you look sharp. Okay, thanks. That's me. I'm a boss. I got real bad fucking news. I gotta go back inside to go to sleep. I don't know why I thought I could just go. Oh, man. Maybe I should buy the sleeping bag. I'm gonna buy the sleeping bag. And we'll just sleep somewhere. That was a fun loading scene. Hey, thank you, Phoenix. It's so expensive staying here. How am I supposed to survive here? I've taken too many naps.
Very good, sir. Please.
Okay. Got the sleeping bag.
Serving you is please do.
Yeah, I thought the bureau was paying for it. But I have to pay for it with my squirrel murdering money. Now I gotta go find a nice trash can to sleep by. What happened to the naked saxophone guy? Oh well. Maybe there'll be a stinky trash fire over by the murder
You're a
site.
coffee person, right? No sugar, only milk. Yes, I'm completely with you on that one.
What is this den of? Oh, never mind. Are these dogs? Oh, I gotta punch a dog anyways, for money. It's okay. They're rubber bullets. Oh, that feels good. Good combat. Okay, got his pelt. It's alright, it's the rubber bullets. He's asleep.
Hey.
Hey. Punch that dog's ass.
Hey, Agent York.
Got a dog skull.
Yes?
Is that? Sorry, never mind.
He must have been
I
holding
think
an
I was
extra
just seeing
one.
things.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Patty, what's that?
That
Hey, Patty.
What, Agent York?
Nothing. Just felt like saying. Zach, you're a coffee person, right? No sugar, only milk. Yes, I'm completely with you on that one.
Alright, I guess that's it. Cool. I need the dog skulls so I can make cool tech decks. Can I skate on water? I feel like that's something that could totally happen. No.
Zach, you're a coffee person, right? No sugar, only milk. Yes, I'm completely with you on that one.
Yep. Okay. Oh, hey, what the fuck? Alright. This is weird. Where'd Patty go? Oh. Oh, she made it. Never mind.
Looks like a case of bad timing, Zach. Let's come back later.
Yeah, this is a bad time to investigate this murder scene. There isn't a trash can around here to sleep by. I mean, I think I might be able to just sleep here. This place seems kind of safe, except for the whole murder thing that happened, but I'm gonna try. You'll be defenseless while camping. Yeah, that's fine. We'll start at 4. 4 seems pretty safe. What does that mean? Oh no, I got a cold. Camping outside of safe areas might cause you to get chills or catch a cold. These ailments will deplete your max stamina and make it hard for you to run. Use an item to recover. I gotta go buy some freaking cold medicine. Night has fallen, so Patricia has gone home. Otherworld. From midnight to 6 a.m., the town of CARRE descends into the Otherworld. Red shadows will appear during this time, but only outside areas will be affected. Facilities that are still open will operate as normal. Okay. Ah, frick.
Mr. Alligator. Not sure how much help you'll be in this situation, but I guess you're better than nothing. What the? Zach, I don't even need to say it, do I? This is right out of that movie. Videodrome, 1982, directed by David Cronenberg. At the time, it was seen as a hard movie to digest for normal moviegoers, but now it's become a cult classic. I always just saw it as another weird Canadian movie, but this changes everything. My arm and my gun have become one. Now I can really understand what Max was going through.
Okay. Let me shoot the weird bug. Psycho gun controls. Hold down the fire button to charge the psycho gun. Aim it towards an enemy to lock on. Then release the fire button to fire a homing bullet. The faster your firing speed, the faster your gun will lock on. Locking on to multiple points at once is also possible. Taking damage will cancel your lock on, so be careful. Okay. Let me just kill these clown bugs. Ew! This is bad. In many ways. Yep. Why does he keep yelling snarf? Why am I just shooting regular bullets now? Okay, bye. They're like clowns. They're clowns with scissors. No, Scissor Man, no. Okay. I think it's cool to smoke a cigarette. Oh, frick! Okay, can I smoke my cigarette now? Oh, it's 4:20. What better time? Is it over? No. We'll try it. We'll do another one. I'm dying of hunger. Well, that's okay. Maybe the cigarettes will sustain me. Fuck, I don't have any food. I have a Coke. I got a lollipop. Alright, that's what I'll have. Yeah. What happened to Patty? Is she coming back? Jeez.
This is how it has to be.
Why did the perpetrator decide to enshrine Lisa's body here?
I'll think about it while I skip some fucking rocks.
Remember this, Zach? Stone skipping. We did it all the time when we were kids. For some reason, I could never beat you. But I feel like I've got what it takes to win now. What do you say? Shall we take a trip down memory lane?
Okay. Alright. In order to start stone skipping, you'll need to select a stone. Each stone has its own unique properties. After tossing a stone, press A at the right timing to increase the distance it flies. Each stone skipping point has its own unique course, so give them all a try. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. The Shreveport. Ooh, yeah. Here I go. Cool. Bad. Whoa, high score! Hey! Thanks for the raid. Hi, everybody. I'm skipping stones. At this murder site.
Not bad, Zach.
No, let me skip some more.
That was just as fun as when we were kids. Hey, what's that? No wonder the word Mississippi means father of waters. It has the power to carry boats down the tiniest of tributaries. It's one of the prime symbols of America's majesty and the vitality of the human race. Now about that boat. What sort of cargo would give it such a deep draft? What else do you see, Zach? I saw it clearly, if only for a second. The dragonfly crest. This town never wants to stop reminding us about the Clarksons.
Oh, yeah! Forget the investigation. Okay. Six is pretty good compared to the last one. Oh no, I don't want that one. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Oh, okay. You gotta do it like a little bit before it hits the surface. Oh, cool. I got some sunscreen. A little bit more and I'll get a lizard skin. Is that cumulative? Oh, it is! Oh, what the fuck is a conjurer doll? Okay, I guess we're gonna keep... We gotta... Wait, root beer wasn't on there. Okay. A Capitano fragment. And a recoil talisman. Okay. Yeah, let's keep going. Oof. Not too hot. Ooh, I haven't thrown one of these. And I'll never get another chance ever again. Oh, 5,000 for a lizard tail? I think I'm done. Oh, I got $100.
Hey, Zach. Do you remember the oracle? When the sun awakens, catch the tip of the baby bear's tail at the false altar.
Yeah, I remember when he said it like that last time, and it was
and
weird.
The entrance to the other world will reveal itself to you. In other words, we need to go to where Lise was found and look north at dawn.
Isn't that why we're
what we'll see?
Why we're here right now? Okay. Spanish moss. Wait, no dialogue for this? There's a vine-like plant dangling from the bridge beam. It's probably Spanish moss common around these parts. But someone clearly hung this moss here on purpose. It's hard to try and understand the mind of someone who would want to enshrine a dead girl's body. Okay. Should I use my... I can't use my power. Never mind. An ominous work of art, but it's trying too hard, which means it must have nothing to do with our case. Common graffiti, most likely drawn with a can of spray paint. It's also faded and hard to see. This was This was surely drawn before Elise was murdered. The design and art style are simply too out of date. Another powerful reminder of just how isolated the community is from the rest of modern civilization. Someone had enough passion inside them to draw this out here in the middle of nowhere. Now that's impressive. Okay. Eerie floating skull. Oh, I guess that's the one.
It's a skull, Zach. It's clear as day. That's the spot. The barrier between our world and the other world. One might call it a singularity.
Singularity inspection complete. Oh, $20, but I got 100 for skipping the stone.
Now, what do you say we go inspect that cabin?
But can I look at the rest of the stuff?
Why did you leave me behind? You're not supposed to investigate without me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Patty. You just missed a special moment.
What moment?
Is Patty going to the other world with me?
The sugarcane plantation? So what?
You can't see it?
All I see is the Clarkson's plantation and that gross silo.
There you have it, Zach. Patty, Zach and I will take it from here. In the meantime, you need to head home and wait for us.
Wait at home? Alone?
Yes, but only for a while. Once I make some progress, I'll contact you again.
Hey, hold on.
Also, would you mind telling Melvin that I'm heading to the sugarcane plantation? I'm sure we'll need his help later.
Whoa, Agent York! Wait! You're really gonna leave a little girl like me here all alone? Act like an adult for once in your life.
Oh, you're my responsibility now. Oh, okay.
I promised to protect you from all the evil in our world.
Yeah, but I didn't get to sign it,
You
so...
promised! Protect me!
You'll be fine. You made it this far alone, didn't you?
Head to the singularity. Oh, okay. I'll just walk out on the water, I guess. Oh, maybe I can do the rest of the investigation here. Hold on. No, not skipping stones. Ooh, okay.
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the San Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what that means. We've got a hot hand, and Lady Luck's given us far more favor than she ever has before. We just happened to hear news about Lisa's murder while
Oh, okay. Oh, yo, there's the UFO! Oh, fuck! Hold on. Did you drop a oh, fuck!
Look, Zach. We're about to encounter a new character.
Oh, damn it. I know I saw her go inside, but it's empty. The hell's going on here?
You won't be able to find the other world.
What the... Who in the hell are you? And what are you doing on our plantation?
I'd like to ask you the same.
Well, Hey, shut up. This ain't got nothing to do with you.
I see. Well, if you don't want to tell me, then I have no choice but to guess. You just said this is our plantation. I assume that means you're a member of the Clarkson family, and you're here looking for someone. If there's a search being conducted on Clarkson property, it must be a search for Galena Clarkson, who's gone missing. Judging from the way you speak, your age, and most of all the color of your eyes, you must be Danny Clarkson, the father of the victim, Galena's husband, and the manager of the cold storage warehouse. Nice to meet you. I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. I'm here investigating the Lise Clarkson case. Oh, and just call me York. That's what everyone's always called me.
You think I give a shit? You better watch your mouth or I'm liable to whoop your goddamn ass.
Your daughter was taken from you, and now your wife has gone missing. No words can describe what you're going through. I imagine you're doing everything you can, searching every last nook and cranny all over town. But, Danny, listen to me. It won't get you anywhere. No matter how hard you search, you'll never find them.
The fuck is with you? You want to throw down with a Clarkson?
Absolutely not. I simply wish to solve this case.
Then hurry up and investigate, goddammit.
I am. That's why I'm here. The Oracle told me there's something in this spot.
Oracle?
That's right. Zack and I are following oracles given to us by a skeletal gentleman. If you wish to find the person who killed your daughter, you should cooperate. I imagine that not even the Clarksons want to start a feud with a federal power.
I've had enough of your bullshit. Why's everyone and their mother been pissing in my ear today, huh? Shit!
Does this mean you're ready to cooperate? May I enter the building?
Whoa. Something really supernatural's happening.
If you think you can mess with the Clarksons, you got another thing coming.
Zack, it appears that the Clarksons have no idea where Galena is either. And judging from Danny's demeanor, the family must be in the midst of their own complications. This case may require more work than we think. Zack, Danny married into this family, didn't he? Yet he's acting like he's a full-blooded Clarkson. I'm surprised, really. That was the most unexpected aspect of our encounter. After all, he's only the son-in-law. What do you think, Zack?
Who's this guy? Oh, never mind. He's just working. Sorry. Oh, let me in that trash can. I gotta figure out where to use these. Unless they're all used at the... Oh, there it is, huh? The charm store. Let me look through my bag here. Do I got any food? Yeah, I'll take this butter cookie. How many bullets do I have? Mini boxes. Alright, great. Why? Okay. Oh, more importantly, save. Don't forget to cure my cold. Oh, I don't think I have any cold medicine. Let me look. First aid. Coffee. Anti-numb. Antidote. Cold be gone. Oh, never mind. I'm done. I need to eat those cookies, though, because I am actually dying from starvation. That's pretty good. When you get the cans of pickles. I guess I'll take the rest of them. I seem to get hungry pretty often. Yeah, nice healthy breakfast of 20 lollipops. Oh, maybe I should heal too. Restores a tiny bit. That's pretty good. Do you get more? Okay.
This is it, Zack. A deadly premonition.
Oh my god, that's... Fuck you.
You know, for some reason, I'm getting butterflies. How about you? It's time we went and saw this other world for ourselves.
Thank you, Quest Tracker. That sounds like it's out of fucking Maple Story 2. Oh, it didn't take long for the other world to...
Zach, the countryside is always so entertaining. It has far more stimuli to offer than the big city.
Alright, well this looks pretty nice and it doesn't run like ass, I guess, so... Where's the clowns
movies
at?
From the 80s were all predicting the future. Life's simpler than what philosophers make it out to be. In the end, truth and reality are never one and the same. Now we have nothing to fear, right?
Oh, never mind. Oh, yep, there's the clowns. Snarf! And then he dies. Capitano fragment. Oh, okay. I guess that's from the clowns. Oh, this is a cool dungeon. Am I in combat with what? This guy? Ooh! I don't even know what... Is this a step forward or a step back from the original? I'm not sure. No, stop. I don't know why they're clowns now. Why are they clowns now? Why do they scream snarf? Why can't I pull out my gun? Why can't I fight? Oh no! Okay. I think the game was bugged for a second. Okay, I got myself back. I don't know what I expected for area design, but it's just like been square room, lockers, tables. Clowns. I gotta go get their stuff. Hold on. Sorry. I mean, I guess it's pretty painless, so that's good. Sorry. Oh, is it over? Oh, okay. Snarf. Oh, cool. This area looks like the place we were in, at
I
least.
sense something here. Lise was murdered here. Let's take a closer look and find out exactly what went on.
Damn, as soon as that thing loaded in, the frame rate just died.
Zach, there's a tall woman here. Very stylish. She'd stick out like a sore thumb in this town. Is she watching the murder? No. She's clearly more than an innocent spectator. She must be deeply entwined with this case somehow.
More. I want more.
Well.
Okay, sweetie. We're gonna play a fun game now.
Zach, the murder weapon was an axe. Lise must have been dismembered while she was still alive. And the woman holding the axe. Flashy clothes, beautiful face, and that dragonfly ring. This must be Lisa's mother, Galena Clarkson. Look, Zach. She's crying. It's the polar opposite of Lisa's euphoric expression. Galena is brandishing an axe while tears stream down her face. What was going on in her head?
Wow, it's amazing. I can feel it. I'm getting prettier.
Red powder. This must be Sang Rouge. But for some reason, it looks more vibrant than all the specimens we've gathered so far.
Okay, let's get started. This is gonna be so fun.
And the stepladder?
Remember.
Oh, sorry. I
Zach,
skipped the horny
Lisa's
bits.
limbs were severed while she was still alive. But she's smiling. She must not have been able to feel any pain. Sang Rouge isn't that powerful of a drug. At least it shouldn't be. And look, Zach. Another dragonfly. The tattoo is just to the side of her navel. She always carried the mark of a Clarkson with her, wherever she went.
Lise, you're so beautiful. little dolly.
That's it, Lise. It'll all start from you. Now you'll never die. You'll be eternal. Just wait for me, Lise. I'll be with you soon. I'll always be with you.
Dolly, Dolly, Dolly.
Thanks for the $20, I guess. Smoking.
Lise Clarkson was murdered here. After she died, she was carried to the spot underneath that bridge. Why did the killer feel the need to move her? Bodies are usually only moved to cover up evidence. But this is different. Lisa's body was enshrined. She was being shown off to someone. The ritual, the altar, a mother killing her child, a monstrous giant, and a mysterious, stylish woman. There's a real demon out there, and it's got its sights set on the Clarksons. But Zach, this is exactly the kind of case we FBI agents are here to solve. Isn't that right?
All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what I was supposed to interpret from that, but I guess that happened. Yeah, this game much more quickly leaned into the supernatural rather than leaving it kind of questionable as to what's going on. It's like, I don't know, there's some super demons to slay. Usual FBI stuff. Whoa, did you get stronger? Snarf. Paralysis cramps. When you become paralyzed or get cramps, special icons will appear. Cause you to freeze up when you're trying to move, such as dodging? There's dodging? What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta get some of my anti-cramp medicine. There is dodging. Dude. Oh, this is rough. Oh, man. The paralysis almost makes them dangerous. Pretty sure it's R. Oh, okay. My sprint? Oh! I can like sidestep in combat. The stream just for Snarf? Okay. What's the question mark or the exclamation mark barrel? Whoa! I like that fire JPEG at the end. That's pretty cool. Oh. I guess nothing. Oh! Some of these have more health now. How much is this game? A lot of monies. Watch this. Get snarfed. It is a regrettable amount. Oh no, sometimes you just can't aim. I don't know what happens. You just lose control. Yeah, I can't pull out my gun. I can't. Okay, now I can fight. Oh, okay, so sometimes you just gotta throw a punch to get your arms back. How could they spawn behind me? Oh no, I got cramps again. Combat room. No? Did I go in a circle? Am I like going back the wrong way? I must be. Yeah. I don't know why they let you do that. That's right, they can't follow me over here. Wait, is there more? Yeah, there's more. Why is Plant still here? Just have to kill a few more. Thank you, Snarf. Oh hey, it's the altar where I could put the things if I had any. Or maybe not. Maybe this doesn't work how I thought it worked. Oh well. There's a phone here. This looks like one of the challenge rooms from the director's cut. I guess it's just a circular room. Do I have to kill the tree fetus?
I did it. I really did it.
Okay.
I completed the first ritual. Now the plan will begin. The Red One's plan will begin.
Yeah, nice update for Animal
Zach,
Crossing.
this case
Cool.
is going to be a labyrinth. I certainly didn't expect to run into a monster like this. Honestly, I'm not one for violence, but I'm not just going to stand here and die. What do you think? Should we read off her rights?
Now, it's the Red One's turn. The Red One. Soon. And in the end, we'll be together. Together. Red. Oh, seeds. Red. Oh, yeah. I killed Lise. I did just as I was told. I killed her. So pure, adorable, and beautiful. I killed my own baby. Lise, you son of a bitch! What did you do to my daughter?
Yeah, all right. Is this the boss fight? More? Cool. Snarf. Extreme snarfing. Cool. Oh, even more snarf. Cool. You think I'm gonna fight those? Whoa. That was intense. There's a lot of strategy in that fight.
You're really pissing me off. I'm invincible now. Holy red seeds protect me. So then why? What are you? No, it can't be. You came here to stop our plan? You can't stop us now. We already made our sacrifice. You don't know how much we sacrificed. How many tears of blood we cried. All for the Red One's plan. We've come so far. The Red One gave me the honor of lighting the flame. I'm not gonna let you stop me here!
Can you not do this one again? Thanks. Oh, maybe it's a real boss now. Oh shit! Oh, dude!
Galena. Is this your true form? Gosh, Hollywood would have been all over you. Although you probably would have been typecast as a gross monster. The kind that heroes always kill.
We're going to make a new world! And no one's going to stop us!
Oh, cool. I'm glad it wasn't just more snarf. Well, alright, well.
Snap the tendons! Why? Why?
Alright, time for phase 2.
Feel my pain! No!
It's okay, time for phase 3.
What's happening? Ow! Feel my pain!
I'm feeling it. That was a little bit better.
This is impossible!
When did this game come out? It came out today. Oh, hey, Galena.
Lise. Our new world. My Lise. My sweet little dolly.
Galena Clarkson? You are now under arrest on suspicion of the murder of Lise Clarkson and the illegal disposal of her corpse. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. That's enough, Zach. She can't hear us anymore.
Yeah, forget the rest of her rights.
Zach, pardon my language, but this case can go fuck itself.
Dang. That's the second F. And that one came from York.
I owe you one, Mr. York. I'm awful sorry you had to get all caught up in our town's dirty laundry. I didn't expect you to catch the criminal this soon, though.
Did Melvin get
never
taller?
failed
He looks
to
like he's in a
impress me.
weird, like, latex police uniform.
Come on, CLG.
What's going on?
Let's
Is
head
he
back to the
melting?
office. Mr. York and I both got a lot of cleanup work to take care of. Now I just gotta figure out what I'm gonna tell the Clarksons. That's my biggest problem.
Melvin, this investigation has only just begun.
What? But we got the killer.
This case is much more complicated than it seems.
You mean you're gonna keep searching the town?
Of course. At the moment, I'm after a tall, stylish woman. Does that ring any bells?
Stylish? You lost me. What's that got to do with anything?
Zach and I saw her with our own eyes. We need to find her, I'm positive.
You're probably talking about Professor R.
Professor R? From the jazz bar?
Yeah. I mean, she's the only person in town you could call stylish. She's tall, too.
But...
What is it, Melvin?
Well...
Well, out with it. Don't let your 10-year-old daughter upstage you here, Sheriff.
You're looking for a stylish woman, right?
Yes, we've established that.
Then I think you're barking up the wrong tree with Professor R. She isn't exactly a normal woman, if you catch my drift.
I hear you loud and clear. Melvin, you're careless in every sense of the word, but I believe you operate on the side of good in most cases. With that in mind, I'm disappointed to see that you carry some prejudice with you.
But
Is she the type to forbid customers from entering her jazz bar due to the color of their skin?
No, she ain't like that.
Well then, case closed. Melvin, I think we should call it a day. I'm going to head back to my hotel and get some sleep. I also need to prepare a report to send back to the Bureau. Patty, thank you very much for assisting me in my investigation. I'll be counting on you again tomorrow.
I just helped an FBI agent.
Oh, and Melvin, one more thing. You needn't worry about what to tell the Clarksons. I'm sure they already know that Galena's been arrested. After all, this is Carre.
Well, the scene from later in the... Well, it's hard to tell at this point. Either way, all right. Good for you, York. But it's supposed to be Zach. He's acting a little weird, so I don't know. Hey, where'd everybody go? Oh, hey, yeah, there's a phone right here. I'm gonna save the fucking game and go to bed. I think 6 hours of this is enough for now. So thanks for hanging out, friends. I had fun. I'm real sweaty now and kind of have a headache. So this game's all right, I guess. It's pretty much what I expected. I wish the frame rate wasn't so shitty in some parts, but it's tolerable to get to those good parts. Maybe there's not a lot of good to be found outside anyways. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Probably with more Deadly Premonition 2. Later. Make sure the game's not saved onto the SD card. I don't think I have one on this one. But thanks for the heads up. I'll check on it.